Nhà có gì đó. Này gitu. banana. Okay.
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the wait's up. That's how we know when we level up. Ay, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
What is up, Brawlers? This is ESL Mobile Open Brawl Stars Challenger Series. And of course, this is day number 2. More Brawl Stars action inbound. My name is Husky, and today I will be joined by the one and only AJ, with the mustachio AJ on broadcast. How are you doing, my friend?
I am doing absolutely fantastic, Husky, and I'm super duper excited to share the desk with you on another brand altogether. Man, Brawl Stars is going to be absolutely lit today. Tell me how the competition has been going on so far.
I mean, so far we witnessed 3 best of 5 yesterday, right? And we saw some amazing upsets, I would say, especially the first series between Asphyxia, the up-and-coming team from Singapore, taking on one of the Japanese powerhouse, Crazy Lagoon, and they came back from an 0-2 deficit to reverse sweep. Crazy Lagoon 3-2. So that was a story to tell, and of course we did have one series that kind of was a whitewash as well in series 2. Didn't get to catch the epic rematch between Zeta Division and Team Flash because Zeta Division unfortunately had some issues and couldn't make it. So we'll have to wait for the finals for that. A day 2 has a story for us. Once more, this is a recap of all the teams who have qualified to this challenge with Icebond, Covalence Reform, Asphyxia, Zeta Division, Team Flash, Lil Moyaji, Kicks Team, and last but not least, Crazy Lagoon.
Oh, I cannot wait to see all of these teams in action. So many of them from Season 1 back in here with a brand new, brand literally to back them up. I cannot wait to see what they bring into Season 2, Husky.
Yeah, and we had 2 teams yesterday, that we expected to have, a win under the belt who ended up losing, but this is going to be the standings for now. We have Lil Moyaji, Kicks Team, Asphyxia, and Team Flash all having their first win. Crazy Lagoon, Covalence, Reform, Icebond, and Zeta Division being dealt their first defeat. Of course, the one for Team Flash was kind of a default win, so Zeta Division, because they couldn't make it, they were dealt with a default defeat. So far, it seems like the teams from SEA, these Singaporean flag bearers, are leading the front line. Lil Moyaji being the only representative so far from Japan with that first win.
And I expect Japan to take the lead very, very soon. I mean, Zeta Division is not the kind of squad to be trifled with. We've seen those trio go in there time and time again and absolutely demolish the rest of the teams. Game modes today: Brawl Ball, Bounty, Gem Grab, Siege, Heist, as well as Hot Zone. Of course, best out of 5, so only 5 of these modes will be played, Husky.
Yeah, and this is going to be super interesting, right? Because we looked at what has happened yesterday. This really sets things up for season 2, because now even the underdogs have made a name for themselves. But let's check out the map pools for today. Playday number 2 for Heist. We're gonna go all the way to Safe Zone for Brawl Ball, Sneaky Fields, Gem Grab on Gem Fort, Siege, and Bot Drop. And last but not least, we have Ring of Fire for the Hot Zone.
Oh, dude, all of these maps, Sneaky Fields is the one that really, really speaks true to my heart, because it's the kind of matchup that can start in a second, end in a second, but if you really, really know how to play it, push it all the way down into those extra time moments, it just can be that sort of an epic Brawl Star matchup, and I cannot wait to see exactly what breaks down in here today. And of course, exactly how will the day start this time? Zeta Division, they will have the opportunity to open the day up. They take on their brothers from Japan as well. Crazy Lagoon, Team Flash then will be meeting Kicks Team. Asphyxia will be meeting Lil Moyaji in our third series. And of course, to wrap the day up is going to be Icebond as they meet Covalence Reformed.
Yeah, I mean, for yesterday, Crazy Lagoon, they came in, we really built them up, right? And for season 1, they, at least for the local region, they ended in 6th place. And they came into season 2, obviously, there's a lot of things that Crazy Lagoon needed to prove. And they did it well, they were able to 3-0 the first 2 sets against Asphyxia. But Asphyxia, they held on for dear life and they dealt Crazy Lagoon their first defeat. But this match 1 is not gonna get any easier, because they are literally up against the absolute overlords from their own region of Japan. Is Zeta Division.
Yeah, absolutely. And, the fact of the matter is, Crazy Lagoon has been the kind of team that has been, actively stepping it up in the competition within Season 1 itself. The question is, of course, going to be exactly how much have they managed to catch up to Zeta Division. Tensai, Mameshia, Shapi, as well as Side Tempo, once again dropping in to show us perfection in terms of Brawl Stars, Husky.
And Zeta Division has probably the cleanest record, at least for their recent series, right? All clean sweeps. In fact, season 1, 18-0, they have not lost a single game. Yeah, sure, you can say, well, for season 2, they've lost their first. That does not count, right? They could not make it. Yeah. So far, Zeta Division still has a clean slate. Top picks will be Bell, Stu, and Max. And of course, no one likes Ash and no one likes Byron. And Zeta Division agrees with that.
and I think they will be trying to take the Byron out as well this time around, as they go up against Crazy Lagoon, a team that knows them in and out, but still unable to defeat them. I mean, the last time we saw them go up against each other, it was an all-out demolition by Zeta Division. Crazy Lagoon with their roster, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Miria is going to be stepping in, and I do know that we have got Kuru as well as... Do you happen to know the third person's name?
I did do some research yesterday, but I cannot match the names to the Japanese characters. Unfortunately, I can't read them properly.
Okay.
That's
so it's okay. Yeah, for me, we'll call it Kuru as well as Thunder. So the Thunder is the one with the longer spelling. Kuru is that second. So that we are clear as we jump on into the matches. Play by play is going to be quite fun, Husky.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I did try my best to look for translation, but not my strong suit. I did learn, but I learned very basic hiragana, so that is way out of my league. But nonetheless, these are the top picks: the Byron, the Bell, and the Max. So they don't have the Stu in their top picks, but they do have the Stu in their top bands. The Ash will be the same as Zeta Division.
And well, let's see if or not it will be the Stu or the Byron that reigns prevalent in the next matchup, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, because those are their top picks and bans. What they have chosen to step on into the next matchup with yet, we just do not know for sure, Husky. But do you have a call for this one? Do you think Zeta Division is looking to perhaps drop one of these matches or a all-out 3-0 demolition, the usual Zeta style?
I feel like it's going to be a 3-0, but after yesterday, I'm going to give the Crazy Lagoon the benefit of doubt, right? The fact that they dealt their first loss yesterday by Asphyxia, that really has to be getting them riled up. I'm expecting at least a 3-1, but let's take a look at the brand Brawlers. As Zeta Division, they will ban out the Ash and Byron. No surprise right there. It is in the top ban list. Crazy Lagoon, they will ban out the Rico and the Ash.
Yeah, okay, so Stu's definitely a viable option in here. Then again, with all of those maps, Stu has been a player within the previous season. We saw that he was really jumping out there into a majority of those maps and just absolutely wrecking it. In the current meta, quite a number of these brawlers are such a viable option now. And when we jump on into these next maps, Husky, what do you think you're expecting? Because when we look on into the very first option in Safe Zone, most of those snipers are the ones that these players are going to be focusing on bringing in.
Yeah, I look at Heist, and it's basically just a not so glorified version of Siege, right? You are still going for the enemy base, but the Vault does not have a turret, and of course you do not have a siege bot to facilitate that push. There's been a lot of meta revolving around that. Sometimes you just look at people taking heavyweights, they just bulldoze their way onto the Vault. But you can also take long range. Like you mentioned, right? The Brock is always a popular pick just because of how useful his rocket is. Huge AoE damage, and you can also destroy walls. So that is something to look forward to. But for those who are watching the broadcast, do remember that ESL Mobile Open for Brawl Stars happens every Tuesday and Wednesday throughout the month. We have 8 play days. This is a round robin group, and all of these teams will face each other just once. So every match counts. Today is Wednesday, but after today, do remember that next Tuesday we'll be back on broadcast once more.
Absolutely. Overall, in the ESL mobile ecosystem, we go through those opens. Before that, you have your ladders, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Throughout the whole month of October, it's just going to be these challenges, man. And Husky, the best of the best of the best are in here. And it's just going to be an all-out month of excitement. You and I, we're going to be getting quite a number of jobs. You guys at home, a lot of action. And you know what? Instead of just watching, I want to see a few of these names pop up and, hopefully maybe in season 3 or season 4, Husky, as we're, interviewing one of them, they'll tell us, man, that they watched season 1 and 2 and they got inspired by some of these teams and decided to jump on in as well. Because that's exactly what ESL Mobile is all about, right? The Mobile Open, anyone can jump in regardless of your skill level, and you can work up your way on that ladder little by little, Husky.
Absolutely, and of course, do remember that while you're watching, keep yourself updated by keeping tabs on our social media platforms. So we're on Twitch, and we are also on YouTube. All of our contents, interviews, games, VODs, highlights, they're all going to be posted. So make sure that you do not miss out anything, and you're constantly in the loop. And this is what it's all about. It's all about the fun and games, but also a dash of competition. I'm just excited to see what Crazy Lagoon can bring forth. We all know how good Zeta Division is. I'm all for the underdog story. I'm all for the team that a lot of people don't expect to win. So I want to see what Crazy Lagoon can show us.
Yeah, and Crazy Lagoon's the kind of team that has played it very, very safe in season 1, which I would say was a majority of the reason for their downfall. Then again, they did try taking it aggressive. It didn't turn out for them all that too well. A lot of their weaknesses were exposed by teams again and again and again. And of course, when they make it through into season 2, to the challenge stage once again, they're just proving it to themselves, Husky, that they have got exactly what it takes, because the talent and the skill level this time around in season 2 has definitely increased. I mean, for a matter of fact, Covalence Reform being here and Byro not being here today, that in itself speaks tons already, right? And for us to be able to discover all of these talents day by day as they continue to grow, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, that's why we keep saying, right? We want to see you guys in here as well. From season 1 to season 2, some of these teams have stepped it up. Some of those new names in here as well. Season 3 and 4, you guys can be here too. And it's not just for saying, as long as you meet a few basic stuff, right? Number one, you've got to be the right age. Number two, you just need to be from the countries where ESL Mobile Open, is taking all of those participants in, and you can jump on in as well to go in and make yourselves quite the legends, just like each and every single one of these teams. Which team are you looking forward to the most today, Husky?
Today, I would say definitely definitely Kick's team and Team Flash. I think Team Flash deserves no other introduction, right? They literally ex-world champions in the same team. No, they did split apart after winning under the banner of PSG last year. But fate has it, destiny brought all of these guys back together. So obviously they're the team to watch out for. We didn't get to see what they were capable of yesterday again because that rematch did not happen. But today, even though they're not going to go up against their rival Zeta division, but they will still put up a pretty good show. I particularly remember one of the world champions, Coop the Ace. I met him during one of the broadcasts, I think 2 years ago. So I've been following his growth. I think it's great to see him again, and I have no doubt that these guys are going to give us a good performance.
Absolutely, man. I cannot wait. The matchup, the very first opener between Zeta Division as well as Crazy Lagoon itself should set the tone for us really, really well. The fact of the matter is they were not, I wouldn't say they weren't allowed to participate yesterday. Their unique circumstance did not allow them to participate yesterday. And like you said, man, it's the very, very first negative mark on their score sheet since season 1. They had a perfect run in season 1, and to start off season 2 with a loss, I don't think they're going to be too pleased with that at all.
But I don't think they will be too bothered because technically in their books it probably does not count at all, right? In that they technically didn't lose to anyone. So I will still keep that record clean for Zeta Division. Although I would say that the fact that we won't have Bounty today, it's going to be pretty interesting, right? You have literally two modes that is almost a carbon copy of each other, Heist and Siege. And I just want to see what these teams have to bring to the table for Heist. Yeah. Because I think defending that vault is probably the hardest thing to do. I myself am not a big fan of the mode simply because of how tough it is to navigate. So these guys, they better show me some stuff today because I am taking that and I'm implementing it in my games later on.
And this is the safe zone is the kind of map where you have to take those early chances, right? Because if you can aggress up forth to the mid section of the map and hold your opponents back in their own spawn, you should be able to manage your way in there. Take a couple of pot shots. If you bring that Colette in, just fly in and out with a couple of those damages. It will serve your team really good. Zeta Division, they are looking to do exactly that, moving up little by little to take over that mid section of that map, Husky. Here comes that fight.
And of course, we do see the Brock and we see the Piper as well for Zeta Division. It's going to be a trade of 1-for-1 individually, but we also see Colonel Ruffs for the side of Miria, and Ajapi just putting on so much pressure, and then the Piper is now pushing forward, and this is not really that good for Crazy Lagoon because you're losing a lot of ground. That's three shots in to that vault of the side of Crazy Lagoon, and Ajapi is going to use that super to destroy those walls. So now you have nothing protecting you from all these long-range projectiles. Crazy Lagoon, they'll be forced to win these fights, but so far, they're not finding too much luck with it.
Yeah, and this is the kind of fight that Zeta Division is going to win hands down because mechanically they are such a supreme squad. And it's not a matter of just going in there and making sure your aim is really, really good to take those shots up against the safe of your opposition. It's also avoiding each and every single shot that comes their way. You have to stay alive for as long as possible in that midsection. Look at Tensai just missing each and every single shot sent towards him, and he does not miss when he fires. Is going out here for an all-out victory. Mameshi allowed to step up front. Tensai still alive and kicking. Can anything stop them now, Husky?
I don't think anyone from Zeta Division. I mean, Mameshi died once, but that's pretty much it. Crazy Lagoon could not even get close to the vault of Zeta Division, and like like I pointed out early on, right? When you have something to destroy structures, to destroy those covers, you're forcing Crazy Lagoon to take those fights, and now it becomes less of being strategic and more of you have to win those fights. And Zeta Division, they are winning everything hands down. In fact, Crazy Lagoon, they're not going to stand a chance in this. We all know how game 1's going to go. It's going to be Zeta Division opening it up with a flawless victory. Chappie just going to use his super, leap towards the back, and finish the job. Pretty clean round for Zeta Division.
And it's not always where you see a team winning, and the opposition having whoever who has lesser in terms of the safe HP should still win the game. It's not going to be a situation like that for Zeta Division at all. They did not give Crazy Lagoon any chances whatsoever, and it's technically exactly what we expected, Husky.
Yeah, and I think means Zeta Division, there's a reason they went 18-0 during Season 1. And this is just it. They came out the gate swinging. I would say this is an expected result, at least for the first round. Maybe for the rest of the set, at least for highs, it's going to be Zeta Division absolutely dominating Crazy Lagoon. I wouldn't be, too disappointed if Crazy Lagoon doesn't win this just because of how good Zeta Division is and has continued to show us.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough, man, to assess any of the teams and to call out anything that they're doing wrong against Zeta Division, because anything that you do against Zeta Division, even if it's right in every single manner, can still go very, very wrong for you, because it's just that sort of a team, right? Zeta Division, once again, mechanically sound squad, supreme as a matter of fact. You cannot hit them, and playing around all of those boxes, one of the best ways that you can protect yourselves from those shots that are coming in from the opposition team's brawlers. But it is Zeta Division's main aim to remove all of those defensive positions and then to aggress up the field. And if you can't touch them and they can continuously hit you, it's game over, Husky.
And I remember Mameshi early on, he used the rocket field to take out the wall that he was hiding behind, just so he could get a clearer shot onto Crazy Lagoon. I think that is something that is very well done and very smart. But Crazy Lagoon, they did strike back with the first blood onto I believe the bell. So it's going to allow them to get some shots onto Zeta Division's fault as Tensai respawns. Exactly what Crazy Lagoon needs to do, right? They need some ground, but because Mameshi won his fight on the other end, now Zeta Division, they will reclaim control. In fact, Tensai will put one on the board as well. Myriad forced to walk forward, but into the rocket barrage, and just like that, in the blink of an eye, Zeta Division, they get complete control of the map.
Yeah, it's always a dance when it comes to Zeta Division. They never ever aggress forward. They always want to see exactly how their partner leads this dance before they slowly ease you into their own playstyle, right? Beautiful response as they step up now, doubting the HP of the opposition. Crazy Lagoon 72% on that save. Zeta Division showing exactly why they are, potentially going to be #1 in Season 2 as well. Mameshi as well as Tensai going up for the damage, and none of those players can take them down.
Yeah, and this is just so tough, right? They're playing the range to perfection, and you can see Zeta Division, they're juggling all of the shots around. Again, you want to gain as much ground as possible, but Zeta Division, they have everything, set up, they have everything planned out. Chappie, he's on that column rough instead of the Piper, and that's gonna provide an extra layer of a temporary defense. You can see that Crazy Lagoon, they are struggling a bit. This is a slower round compared to round #1, but the outcome is looking to be the same regardless. Those trade kills are favoring Zeta Division more than they are favoring Crazy Lagoon. It's already 36% on the vote of Crazy Lagoon.
Yeah, Achapi now, he gets snuffed out, but he should be able to jump right back in there. Not an issue at all. Thunder with the beautiful shots against him. Achapi managing to call each and every single shot coming through from Thunder, knowing exactly when he'll go in for that reload, putting so much of pressure up fort on that field. Miria going in for the snuff, but unable to aggress forward. Mameshi and Achapi just too good, just too accurate, and the game is all over. Crazy Lagoon once again tries, but failed.
I think even if Zeta Division gets wiped out, Crazy Lagoon will not have enough time to end the game or to win the round anyways, right? Their vote was down to I think 29%, so they had like almost 60% to chip through. That is just way too much to ask for from Crazy Lagoon. Against Zeta Division, not the 100% clean game, but in the bigger scheme of things, they did an immaculate job regardless. Keeping Crazy Lagoon at bay and making sure that Crazy Lagoon cannot find a footing at all. Yeah, sure, they got control of the map in the first like 15 seconds, but Zeta Division, they took it back and they never let it go.
Absolutely, man. It's a 1-0 so far. As you guys know, it's a best out of 5, but each and every single match type is a best out of 3. And, with a 2-0 victory, we'll be moving on over to Sneaky Fields. Based on what you have seen so far, Husky, do you think Crazy Lagoon stands a chance when we jump on into the next map? I mean, the previous one was all open. Now, they've got a little bit more leeway in terms of grassy areas to hide in.
Actually, it is a best of 5 set, and that is the interesting part for
my apologies.
challenges. Yeah, it's okay. I mean, I think a lot of people came in, even I came in thinking that it was a best of 3 because that was what I am used to. But I'm glad it's a best of 5 because if it's a best of 3, I bet you the standings would have been so much more different when we came in today. A fixture would not have gotten that win. For I think Kick's team probably would have went to a full series yesterday. So we still have one more to go. No, can't count Crazy Lagoon out just yet. This is round 3 out of 5. We'll see if Crazy Lagoon can start that comeback. And so far, for the South Zeta Division, they are feeling really confident. They're trying something new. Poco out. This is going to be super interesting to see, judging from what they want to accomplish in this match.
Oh, Mameshi is already pushing it up so far up ahead. Tensai just flirts a little bit too close with danger. Kuru, with so much of pressure, should be able to snuff out a Chapi, but instead of taking that final shot, decides to go in for the damage on the save. He does not pay for his sins. He manages to back away. Thunder back in for the defense. And it looks like Crazy Lagoon this time round seems to have found a little bit of that rhythm, Husky.
I mean, Zeta Division trying out something new. The idea is there. I know what they want to do. They have this Darrow and Poco, right? So Poco is going to keep this Darrow alive with that super. You have Tensai on the max. Once he gets his super online, they're going to try and bulldoze their way towards Crazy Lagoon's vault. But the problem is they don't really have the range compared to what Crazy Lagoon has, right? But see, they're going to use that super anyways. Mameshi rolls in. They do get a kill, but a good snipe from Crazy Lagoon's Piper. It's going to stop that aggression, and that means Zeta Division, they cannot really continue the push. Chapi, he is kind of trapped on his own side of the map, but thankfully Tensai was able to clear out the Bra. So now with the stagger respawn, Zeta Division is going to go in for round 2, and in fact with Mameshi taking out, I believe the one of the members of Crazy Lagoon, the Bell, Zeta Division, they put some damage onto the vault.
Oh, this is absolutely unbelievable. And now we are 56-61. Zeta Division, they need to find a way to go in for the push once again. Tensai supports Mameshi as they drop Miria out of the equation. Kuru is going to be in a lot of trouble. Mameshi dropping a little bit more damage onto Crazy Lagoon save. 60% now. They need to be able to do this. And now they finally are able to get the lead. Zeta Division in the final 30 seconds. And Crazy Lagoon have no idea exactly what hit them. They managed to pull this off at that very final moment of game.
Oh, and look at where Chapi is. He's already on the base, and in fact, Mameshi is going to roll in again. Now they are going to try to trade as much hell on the vault as possible, but you have that max keeping everyone at bay because this Crazy Lagoon, they're scrambling to put in those final touches, but Zeta Division, I think they've got it. It's down to 6%. That vault is going to blow up, and Crazy Lagoon, they put up a good fight, but Zeta Division, they were just way better in this set. They take the first set for themselves.
I am mind blown with Zeta Division. They played that momentum really, really well. They were tanking quite a bit of damage. And you were pointing out with some of those choices with the brawlers, and I feel like, the composition that they brought in, although a little weak at the start, they, like you said, man, they did not have the range. They needed to get their damage in. They needed to move up forth little by little. And we saw exactly what was happening. They kept falling one after the other because everybody was funneling in towards that center point of that map. But the fact that Mameshi continuously aggressed up forth towards the left-hand side of that map and pulling in so many of those shots, skillfully evading each and every one of those shots, forcing the opposition team to back away. Crazy Lagoon lost that fight in that halfway point where we just saw Zeta Division not stop at anything to move on up forth. And once they were in the opposition's team, part of the map already, it was game over, Husky.
Yeah, and I think yesterday, this reminds me of what I saw yesterday on Brawl Ball, where Icebond and Kick's team basically ran this strat where they have a max and they have a heavyweight, and all they had to do when they get the soccer ball, they used max super and they just ran it into the goal. I was joking with Victor Cax that instead of calling it Brawl Ball, that it could be Brawl Rugby for all I care, because these guys are going for the touchdown instead. Kind of the same concept, right? You have two, you have a heavyweight, you have two support. Poco is gonna keep everyone topped up. Yeah, sure, they died early on, but all they needed was to wait for that one timing, which is everyone getting the super. Max presses it, he gives the green light. It's go time. Daryl rolls right onto the vault, and they just start pumping out the damage. So Zeta Division, they came in with a plan, they executed, and it worked out.
And let's see if or not it. Okay. I don't even want to question it because I have witnessed firsthand exactly how well it works out for Zeta Division. Match after match, series after series, everything has always gone their way. They have been absolutely untouchable so far. And if you're telling me that their only loss yesterday was out of default, Husky, I am truly afraid for exactly what Crazy Lagoon has to go up against here. But at the end of the day, that's exactly how it is, right? They need to formulate a way to make a comeback, and I feel like that second round was a little bit of a testament to how much they are trying. Even in this third round as well, they managed to put up a lot of initial pressure, but they just couldn't end it the way that they wanted to. Sneaky feels maybe they can get a little bit sneaky, bring in a little bit of the heavy damaging characters. Maybe we might be able to see the Frank drop on in. We know exactly how gifted mechanically is Zeta Division players, and if you're able to take down some of their defensive stature and just go in for a straight run towards the goalpost, it might just be one of your best bets, because moving up towards the Zeta Division half is going to be pretty much close to impossible, Husky.
Yeah, and yesterday, and I'm glad you brought up Frank, because yesterday we did see Frank once, if I'm not mistaken. It was by Icebond against Kick's team. And that was a very interesting round, because I was talking to me and Victor, we were both discussing, right? And I was saying, okay, now you kind of need someone to stop this death ball, because everyone is just running heavyweight who you can't kill in time, especially the Rosa, who was a very popular brawler yesterday in that set, where they pick Rosa, they use a super, and with the damage reduction, they just run it down mid. There was nothing you can do. So one of the ways to stop it from happening is to have a Frank, right? He gets this AoE super that stuns, that destroys terrain as well. But Frank has one of the biggest weaknesses that can be easily exploited, which is that he is very slow. He's this big lumbering giant with no speed at all. Like he needs to wind up his attack and super. And when Icebond picked Frank, they got absolutely rolled over because there was nothing that Frank could have done. So I like the idea, but I feel like when you want to play Frank right, maybe 2 years ago, without the gadgets and the and all the upgrades to the super, it would have been better. It would have been easier to use Frank, but right now there's just way too many ways to deal with this lumbering Frankenstein. So we'll see how Crazy Lagoon responds to that as we move on to Sneaky Fields for Brawl Ball. And of course, this one looks more like a rugby than a soccer, which is completely fine with me.
Absolutely, man. Tensai now with the opportunity to step up front, since Thunder goes in for the very, very aggressive push onto Achapi. He's not going to be able to snuff him out, even though Achapi is out in the open and Thunder has got all of that cover from the grassy areas. He still loses so much of his HP. And here comes the goal. Beautiful from the side of Crazy Lagoon. They took that advantage, and now the first goal belongs to them. Are they going to be able to get the second one in succession as well, Aske?
Yeah, and at their division, they don't have anyone to take out terrain. So Crazy Lagoon, they took the ball and then they waited for the max super. And once it came online, they just ran it down. They're gonna do it again. And look at this, they've already took out Tensai. Achapi needs to hold on for as long as possible, but it's feels like it's not gonna work out. They do have the Sandy Super at least to keep themselves alive. The Tensai respawns, so they trade Mira back. That is good for Zeta Division, but now they need to kind of get past Crazy Lagoon, and I'm not sure how they're gonna do that. Considering the fact that all of these bushes are gonna remain intact again, no one to destroy the terrain. There's no Brock. There's no Shelly. There's no way for them to clear out all these greeneries, all this foliage. So Zeta Division, they'll play the sneaky game, and they might be able to do this though. They are sending the ball straight towards the goalpost, and yes, Mameshi himself clears out everyone from Crazy Lagoon, and they tie it up.
And that was just Crazy Lagoon going in for the absolute defense. Zeta Division showing their mechanical supremacy can overcome absolutely anyone. And those cheese strats are not going to get pulled off this time round. Mameshi, he is looking out for those opportunities, should be able to aggress up Miria, surviving that by a sliver of health.
What?
Finally, Mameshi manages to drop Miria out of the equation, but the retrieval will come through in here. Tensai aggresses up, the ball gets pushed. But here comes Crazy Lagoon. Their response is as solid. 15 seconds on the clock. This might just end on the side of Zeta Division.
Yeah, we're looking at overtime for sure. You have the M's on Miria that is going to be immediately taken out. Crazy Lagoon, they should still be able to defend this as long as Zeta Division do not have a super. But Tensai does though.
Yeah.
Watch out for the genie grab. One more Sandy super. As you can see, Crazy Lagoon, they want to pull the trigger. They're gonna send the ball forward. Rosa's gonna use that super, but it's not enough. They cannot bring the ball close enough. And Tensai is just gonna grab Miria by the throat and take him out. Zeta Division looking for the turnaround. They have that ball on the court of Crazy Lagoon. We still have half a minute left as the Spike's gonna throw out his spiky field. Miria is most likely going to be taken down. Everyone from Crazy Lagoon pushed back towards their own goal. And I think Zeta Division might have got super once more to conceal everyone. They grab the ball away and they send it right in Zeta Division with the first round.
The only way Crazy Lagoon could have won that was without allowing the game to go into extra time. I feel like they were playing those grassy areas really, really well. The moment you get pushed into a position where you're gonna have a full-on open field, it's gonna depend on one thing: mechanical supremacy, and we all know exactly who's gonna be able to win in those matchups. I mean, Zeta Division, look at the defense, Husky. They back away all three players. It was actually watching a actual football match. When you know you're low on defenders, man, you stack up those numbers close towards your goal and you defend at all costs, and that's exactly what they did.
Yeah, and I don't watch much soccer. I mean, my dad does, but I never really got into it. One thing I know is that to win a game, you just need to score more goals. And Zeta Division, they did just that. But no, serious talk. Genie pick definitely kind of the game changer, right? He was holding on to that super until the very last moment. Yeah. And of course, no matter who you grab, as long as you get the numbers advantage, you are going to win the round. And Zeta Division, they just found that opportunity during the open field. Maybe playing without anyone who could destroy terrain can be a disadvantage early on, but knowing Zeta Division, they were still able to drag out the game to overtime. Yeah. In fact, it might have not been an overtime if Crazy Lagoon didn't sneak that first one in. Now I want to see if these two teams are going to make any adjustments. Crazy Lagoon, they took a pace from what Kicks team and Icebond did yesterday with that Rosa heavyweight in the front line. But it seems like Zeta Division found a way to deal with that as well.
Yeah, and let's see if or not, Crazy Lagoon will come up with more creative ways to continuously ask these questions from Zeta Division, because I feel like they're doing all right. The fact of the matter is they managed to take a quick first goal, and, it's just a little disappointing they could not see it all the way through. But we understand at the end of the day, it is ZD that they're taking up, this fight against, and they are untouchable and as supreme as they have ever been. But maybe if they can perfect the, whatever they were looking for within that first matchup itself on Sneaky Fields, Husky, this time round, I think they can turn things around. Maybe in this one matchup, man, give us bot drop at the very least, because I want to see match number 4. I don't want this to end in the 3-0.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people watching and the Japanese fans right now, because of how strong that region is in Brawl Stars. Of course, there are going to be supporters for Crazy Lagoon that want them to draw blood, or at least, or even take down Zeta Division. But the least that people want to see is just to see whether the Crazy Lagoon can put up a decent fight, right? Again, like you
Yeah.
said, not ending on an 0-3 defeat, or at least take a couple of rounds away from Zeta Division. So far, that has not been remotely possible, just based off of the results that we had so far across the 4 rounds. But no, there's still a lot of chances to go. Maybe Crazy Lagoon, like you mentioned, is gonna pull out something from the rabbit hat and throw Zeta Division off guard.
Well, I'm looking for exactly that, right? Because Zeta Division has proven to be very, very dominant within Season 1. And if we can see, I mean, it was really, really nice to see a little bit of a change of play, change of pace within the play-ins number 2 itself. To see Byro not make it through, Byro Reforge, was a little bit of a breath of fresh air, because we don't want to see exactly those same names coming in and dominating season after season. But Zeta Division, though, I feel like it's not up to anybody else. The fact of the matter is Tensai not getting dropped even in that sort of a position with that little bit of health shows exactly why Zeta Division is just so supreme, Husky.
Tensai running that B as well, and I love it. He took the honey molasses for the gadget, so right when the round starts, he walks towards the middle, he throws a jar of honey molasses. Crazy Lagoon, they can't get to the ball, no, everyone to slow down, and he just made them easy target for Zeta Division. And look at that, they are gonna walk up, they have the M's and a chop, he just sprays the faces of Crazy Lagoon and take them out. Mameshi is in the back line, and they put everyone from Crazy Lagoon out, and this is going to be go time. Tensai will just walk it in for the touchdown. Zeta Division will score the first point.
The way Tensai took that goal, though, he knew that he will take a while running towards the goalpost with the goal. He kicks the ball towards the crates, gets a rebound, and then just walks in towards the goal. Zeta Division, man, just a little too good in Brawl Stars. They make anyone melt with envy in terms of how truly supreme they are with their mechanical plays. Tensai now once again controlling the middle of the field with Mameshi almost getting dropped by Miria with a sliver of health. Steps back, allowing Tensai to do the rest of the job. And yes, he does. Mameshi comes back through with the assist, drops in. Tensai aggressing for just finishing up everyone to allow a save. Oh,
Hey.
What a save, Husky!
I think Zeta Division were just messing with Crazy Lagoon. There was no way that didn't went in. They could have just walked it in, but they were like, you know what? Then we don't want to end the game that early. Let us just pass it over and give Crazy Lagoon one more chance. I like it. I like the sportsmanship from Zeta Division. They're so confident. They knew that they got this round. They didn't score. They didn't need to score because Crazy Lagoon didn't even have a chance. But now Crazy Lagoon, they've been gifted with that opportunity. Let's see if they can take advantage of it. Maybe they can. They wiped out Zeta Division once, but it's not enough time to get the ball in. And in fact, with 10 seconds left, Crazy Lagoon will need to do a Hail Mary attempt. Can they walk it down the court? It seems like it is almost impossible, as Zeta Division will just throw their body. The ball, you see, 1 second left, intercepted by Achapi at the last moment. And Zeta Division just win out by running the clock down to 0.
I don't know, man. Zeta Division, that was so cheeky. That was so mean. They
No, straight up
were
bully.
just like, you what? Okay, you know what? We won't end it just yet. We'll give you one option, one chance. Can you take the ball and walk it down the field? And they did exactly that, and they got snuffed down the field as well, man. I feel like Zeta Division just went out there and made a really, really strong statement, Husky.
That was just way too strong, right? They knew that round was in the bag. I swear that they could have just walked it in for the 2-0, but you saw, right? You know what? We'll pass it. They get wiped, but they wasted so much time that it really didn't matter towards the end of the day. So regardless of what Zeta Division did, it was a confirmed victory. So now they're up 2-0 in the set. Crazy Lagoon. They did try something new though. They picked up the Barley, which is a brawler that we don't see often due to I mean, again, 2 years ago, Barley would have been more picked, but right now you have just way too many brawlers that does a better job compared to Barley. And it didn't really do too much, unfortunately, in the bigger scheme of things. I feel like Tick would have done slightly better compared to Barley, just judging from the category of brawlers they're in. So didn't work out for Crazy Lagoon. Let's see if they can bring us something different for round 3.
I am becoming less and less hopeful for a Crazy Lagoon victory here as these matches tread on. Only because, you know, Zeta Division is showing us a true difference in terms of quality as well as skills out there on the battlefield. They can dictate the pace of these matches, hands down. And they can take the victories when they want to. They can ease off and, you know, just purely defend with confidence that they will still get the W at the end of the day. And, you know, with a team this confident and this good out there, I don't know what else can stop them. Maybe a little bit of mind games, but who's good enough to play those mind games against them, man? I mean, even anyone who's close to matching up against them is a Japanese team as well. And even they have not found a solution for Zeta Division just yet, Husky.
And as the round starts, we see the Frank being brought up by Crazy Lagoon. Let's see if he will be able to do much. Mamashi is on the Mortis, and he's just gonna outmaneuver the Frank. Unfortunately, Crazy Lagoon, they did get a bit of a control, but Zeta Division, they've sent the ball forward once more. Now Max gonna use that super as they try to run it down mid, but they did get the pass, and you can see that the Mortis on the side of Crazy Lagoon does get the execution. They still have the Frank alive, as Mamashi will also be taken down by Miria. So Crazy Lagoon, they finally exert the control over Zeta Division, but it's still a tall task to get the ball in. They will now destroy all the craze, watching that middle, the front of the goalpost as the Choppy will be assassinated once more. But you can see Zeta Division, they will send the ball towards the corner, and without a Frank super, it's going to be pretty hard for Crazy Lagoon to retrieve that.
Oh, that's a really, really smart move coming through from Mameshi. And now Frank is going to be picking up that ball once again. Kuru with the amazing play so far. Mameshi going in for the slice, managing to assassinate that Frank. And now a Chapi with the opportunity to move on forth, allowing Tensai to get all of the majority of the job done. But now here comes Frank right back into the mix. A 2-on-1 situation. And it looks like it is going to be super impossible. And just when I was about to say Mameshi is about to get taken down, Tensai drops that Frank out of the equation. Zeta Division, what a play and an aggressive goal.
Yeah, and unfortunately, the Frank, again, like we said early on, right? He takes some time to wind up the super, and he completely misses it. Now he's gonna land it. Yeah, it stops Tensai, but Tensai uses his super beforehand, so the damage reduction is just gonna negate whatever Crazy Lagoon throws at them. Zeta Division will now clean up shop as Tensai doesn't even go down. And with 30 seconds left, Zeta Division are looking for the end game. And in fact, Mamashi, this time he walks it down, and Zeta Division closes out the second set once more, the 3-0 fashion.
I mean, we could clearly see exactly where they were going with that Frank play, but once again, this is Zeta Division. There's no play whatsoever that they cannot squash out. That was a final cheese strat, Husky. The final cheese strat was, okay guys, we can't win this fight. Let's just break down all those walls and kick the ball straight in after we kill 1 or 2 players. And even that cheese strat could not get pulled off. Zeta Division, absolutely no stopping them. Then again, I don't know if or not Crazy Lagoon is the best benchmark to see if or not, you know, any questions can be asked of this Supreme squad just yet within the competition. But Crazy Lagoon's not impressing us so far, I can say.
Yeah, they have been struggling, and I'm not really sure if it's because of yesterday where they had a 2-0 over Fixer and they ended up losing 3-2 to a reverse sweep.
Yeah.
I don't think that's the case. I feel like Crazy Lagoon is still a really good team, just that they were completely outclassed by Zeta Division, right? I think you made a good point early on where Crazy Lagoon can do everything right and it will still seem wrong. It's just a saying that I once heard, where a team can play so good it makes you look bad. I think Zeta Division is that team that has been playing a fantastic game so far.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, they will be looking to do exactly that all throughout this competition, no doubt at all, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. But of course, as we look on towards moving into that's been 2 matches so far, or was that 3 matches, Husky?
In 2 sets.
Losing count.
Yeah,
there's 2 sets. So we've got one more one at Sneaky Fields. Do you have any hope whatsoever for Crazy Lagoon?
I do. Again, I want to see at least the 4th game, right? Though it looks very slim. I would admit the chances are very slim. But I think Crazy Lagoon, they're still in this, and if a team is not out yet, there is always going to be a chance. It's a matter of how they want to do it, right? I feel like at this point, there is no doubt the division is going to win this cleanly. But until that happens, Crazy Lagoon can still try.
You know, Husky, you've been playing this game ever since its launch. You've been with Brawl Stars for quite a while now. What would you do, man, against a team like Zeta Division? What sort of a composition would you bring into Sneaky Fields? What's your craziest cheese strats on Sneaky Fields that you think can work at least for one goal against Zeta Division?
Oh man, I mean Zeta Division, they already ended. They already ended Brawl Ball, but if I get a chance, right? If let's say that the set hasn't ended yet, I don't know. I feel like they could go for the Rosa, the Max Rosa, like what they did early on in round 1. Sure, they didn't lose, but they managed to somehow score a goal in that round. So perhaps that's gonna work out. Unfortunately I'm the type of guy that solos a lot, so I don't play with teams. It's hard for me to formulate a strat off the bat. I mean, I have a lot of ideas in my head, but I never really got to test them out. So that's the unfortunate part. I feel like for Brawl Ball, Zeta Division completely outclassed Crazy Lagoon. Now it's down to the third mode and Gem Grab. You know, one of the classic modes of Brawl Stars. It's all about getting the gems and running down the clock. I want to see Jean getting picked. Either Jean or Tara. I think these two brawlers is definitely going to impact the outcome a lot.
Yeah, and you know, we've already seen this play coming in from Zeta Division. When you take those range fights, they are absolutely, phenomenal. And it's going to be a huge challenge for any one of those players from Crazy Lagoon. We saw earlier on, as long as they had any sliver of cover, they should be able to maintain their health within that matchup itself. But if Tensai continuously aggresses that mid, Mameshi should be able to pull that flank from that right, but that's only after they deal with Miria. Crazy Lagoon, they failed twice, and this is that final opportunity before Zeta Division just finishes things off. And it's gonna be the 4th gem for the side of Crazy Lagoon. It looks like they've started off quite well, but we all know exactly how fast things can turn around here, Skate.
And good one from Machapi. It's gonna destroy the side fence on their end, and that's gonna allow them to just beeline straight in. Miria does take Mameshi out, but because of what Achapi did, now Zeta Division, they'll be able to get a lot of control over that center point. This is Gem Fort, so when you have to kind of get as much control as possible, and you can see that the second barricade has been completely demolished by the side of Zeta Division. Achapi is going to do it again, and they have effectively exerted control over the center point. And Crazy Lagoon is going to take them a lot of work to even get close to that place.
Yeah, unfortunately, the fact of the matter is this Poker should be able to snuff out Mameshi, but there was just no backup at all from the side of Kuru. Mameshi now should be able to step up. Thunder, so little HP, back and forth. Thunder drops Mameshi, and this is that opportunity for Crazy Lagoon to aggress up now. Tensai so low on that HP, but even so, he manages to back away. Achapi with the defense, back and forth, 8-6. Crazy Lagoon can turn things around, but Tensai out of nowhere is just holding the fort for the side of Zeta Division.
Oh, and Crazy Lagoon, they're cutting it very close. 7 gems, make it 8 right now. But Zeta Division able to make it to 10, and it's all on Tensai. Crazy Lagoon, they have only 10 seconds to get on top of Tensai, or they can just wait. They can just wait for the reset. Let's see if they can get that last gem, and yes, they do. So they stop the countdown from continuing. They even reset it. Just standing out to be out from Mameshi once more as Tensai uses his own super. Let's see if Crazy Lagoon can get the 11th one. It seems like they cannot because they did lose one of their members early on. They lost the Poco, and I mean, the Max isn't doing well, but the Poco super heals him back up. There's still 12 gems on the side of Crazy Lagoon though, and there's not much, Zeta Division, excuse me, and not much time on Crazy Lagoon. They lose Mirai, and this should be it. All the gems are dropped on the ground, and Zeta Division will take the round 1.
I do not know what better plan there is for the side of Zeta Division other than allow Tensai to grab those gems and hold on to them. This guy is a star player, the MVP, almost on each and every single matchup. Not only is he great at taking those shots, he is absolutely amazing. Can almost not hit him at all. And 13 gems from the start all the way to the end. This guy was a tank, Husky.
Yeah, and it's just their division able to play it masterfully, right? They came in with a plan, and why bother about all those fences when you can just destroy them? And I think Zeta Division did that perfectly. They had a Sandy as well, so it really kept them safe when they were trying to retreat or go for the gems. The Crazy Lagoon put a decent fight for sure, but they just were not able to stick the landing. So this is probably the closest round that we had between Crazy Lagoon and Zeta Division, and perhaps round 2 is going to be a bit different, right? We even saw Crazy Lagoon having a lead at one point, but Zeta Division just showed that they are the better team.
And let's see if or not we can see anyone take them down later on in the competition, because Zeta Division obviously so far taken on Crazy Lagoon, they are proving to be so untouchable. In Season 1, equal as well. But, not each and every single team within the top 8 at the ESL Mobile Challenge itself have, met Zeta Division in here just yet. If there's anyone that I'm looking forward to most to taking on Zeta Division, that's going to be Icebond. And I think that's going to be a fight that I will be looking forward to. But Team Flash against Kicks, as that match will be kicking off later on. That's going to be quite an interesting one to watch as well, Husky.
Yeah, and you say you want to see Icebond against Zeta Division. I want to see Kicks team against Zeta Division, because yesterday Kicks team actually beat Icebond, formerly known as Tropa Suprema, the second best team of Japan, and they got kind of wiped by Kicks team. So that really is a huge statement from Kicks team themselves. I'm excited to see in the future when they take out Zeta Division. Obviously, right now Zeta Division, they are playing their first set and they are dominating Crazy Lagoon.
And it's nothing's going to change, man. Which is why I said, right, Zeta Division has just been so amazing all throughout. It will take a miracle and a half for Crazy Lagoon to not just make a comeback, but to do anything whatsoever within Gemfort itself. It's such an open matchup within all of those gem spawn area, and as long as Tensai is there, as long as Tensai is your opponent who you have to take down in order to stop that gem counter timer, it's not gonna happen. Anything that Crazy Lagoon has managed to show us, from safe zone into sneaky fields to down into Gemfort, if there's anything, it's this one thing that a couple of cheese threats might be able to catch Zeta Division off guard, but not more than that one opportunity. And Tensai is that one tank that is gonna be looking to drop anytime soon. Unless he makes a mistake though, Husky, in this next one.
Unless. That's a huge ass, to be very honest. But it could happen. I mean, now we have obviously seen how good Zeta Division are. I want to see if they will bring us something different, right? There's a lot of room. I mean, they can try out some stress if they want to. I'm just being very lenient with Zeta Division right now, because I know that they're gonna win this best of 5 regardless. For Crazy Lagoon, they are scratching their heads, and whatever solutions that they have put on the table so far has not been able to solve the problem, and that is going to be a recurring theme throughout the rest of a gem grab. But 2 more rounds potentially for Crazy Lagoon. If they start winning, then maybe they will be able to show us more.
And it's not like I don't want Crazy Lagoon to take a win, right? It just looks to be absolutely impossible against Zeta Division. It's not like Zeta Division has given them any chance whatsoever to aggress up forth. And well, this is gonna be round number 2. Let's see if or not Crazy Lagoon will have that response that they are having in here. Tensai taking that fight up against Miria once again on that left hand side. Achapi picking up those gems as he starts to do. I don't know about their chances this time round as well, Husky.
Yeah, they had the Genie on the side of Zeta Division. You can see this good gadget usage. No, Genie on the side of Crazy Lagoon, excuse me. And they somehow made it towards the back line of Zeta Division's side. Okay, 3 gems drop in the center though, as Tensai tries to go in for the kill and does find it onto Miria. Zeta Division still able to maintain control, and they're not even going to touch the gem so far, and Achapi is going to start collecting it. And so Zeta Division, they're up to 6. Mamashi getting dragged right back. He's going to lose his life, but Crazy Lagoon, they have yet to get much control. They'll slowly try to do so. This is going to stagger the respawn of Zeta Division as there's a Senti Super being used. They will push on forward as well with the Rico, with the Pam, excuse me, and they take out Achapi. And Pam Super is going to keep everyone topped out. This is what Crazy Lagoon wants to do. They get 8 gems. It's up to 10, but good assassination from Tensai once more to stop that count, to stop the timer from ticking. So they get the reset on the side of Crazy Lagoon. Achapi gets a drag onto Miria, but Miria is still alive. Not for long though. It's going to be retrieved either way. The gem going over to the side of Crazy Lagoon. A good super onto Achapi. They would take out the Genie from the side of Zeta Division. And Crazy Lagoon, they're looking to draw that first blood. And it's out down to 10 seconds. And that Genie, he is far gone. He's back into his magic lamp. And Zeta Division, they have no way of catching up. Crazy Lagoon, they just draw first blood against Zeta Division.
It looks like that's exactly what they needed. A Genie and a little bit of magic. Crazy Lagoon managing to pull it off, and all thanks to a brilliant play on the Genie right now. If they had not backed away at that very final second, everything would have been over. And this is just that one lifeline, Husky. It's going to be a really, really silly question to ask, but do you think they can keep this up, man? Because I love this part of Crazy Lagoon a little bit more.
I definitely like it, right? Again, the Genie on Gem Grab, I feel like is a very valuable brawler just because of what we saw just now, right? I thought it was only one Genie, and then I realized that, wait, both teams have Genie, and for the side of Crazy Lagoon, they just got the better end of the trade. I kind of know what Zeta Division was trying to do with the Tensai, I believe. But yeah, unfortunately, that Mortis, he was trying to look for those flanks, but we saw Crazy Lagoon, instead of playing on the left side, they play on the right side of the map. So Tensai wasn't able to get much done, and Crazy Lagoon able to outlast Zeta Division.
Yeah, I think it was really smart from Crazy Lagoon as well, because from the get-go, they knew who they wanted to focus on, and that was Tensai. Tensai did go towards that mid-section of that map, but noticing how he came in with one very simple intention, right? Tensai never intended to hold on to those gems in that mid-section of that map. He immediately turns into the attacker, aggresses on, goes on for that flank from the left-hand corner. I thought it was working out at the start, but then it just broke out into an all-out chaos, man. And it's quite surprising to see Crazy Lagoon hold on to their sanity in that crazy fight and pull that victory at the end of the day. I hope to see a little bit more of this sort of play. And you know what? I actually hope they win Gem 4, because I think this is that moment where Crazy Lagoon's starting to wake up a little bit more.
It's about time. You know, when you're down 0-2, they say a wounded animal fights back hard. In Crazy Lagoon, they're in that position. Now there's a slightly different approach. They once more have the Rosa, the Max. That is perhaps going to give them some room to work with. But no, that is actually, yeah, they do. I was looking at Achapi. He's actually on the Leon, so that's very interesting. They have the Leon, the Genie, and the Tara. So there's a lot of utilities on the side of Zeta Division that can catch Crazy Lagoon off guard. They have, again, the Tensai grab on the Genie, and Mameshi with the gravity, he's going to be able to suck people in when they're least expecting it. Of course, Achapi on that Leon, they'll have, you know, this very sneaky assassin brawler that can't infiltrate the backline. Zeta Division, just off of that, they're gaining control over the center of the map once more.
Yes, the Tensai is just the master of that mid-segment of the map. Beautiful plays by this guy. Is just going to be keeping Crazy Lagoon on their toes. And now a 2-on-1 situation. That backup for Mameshi as they aggress on fourth. Miria getting dropped, and a 3-player push down that mid-segment by Zeta Division will be keeping Crazy Lagoon away from all of those spawning gems. But they bring back that pressure. Thunder together with Kuru and Tensai and Achapi being forced to back away. But now Thunder really low on that HP, and Achapi punishing him for overextending.
I think that Crazy Lagoon can do in that situation, but they are up in terms of gems though, already up to 8. All 8 of them on that max. Now make it to 9. They need one more, but you have to be very careful. Now Tensai has been waiting for this exact moment. When the countdown starts, he has to grab on this genie. They just need to get on top of the max. They won't have time to get to the 10 gems themselves. And Crazy Lagoon, they might have just done it because it's taking down the 5 second. Achapi is doing his best, is running at the max, but they just do not have the follow up. Actually, they kill him! Oh my goodness, Achapi right on time! It gets the reset. This is gonna buy time for Zeta Division to make it to 10. And look at that. They're already at 9 gems. Tensai, he just needs to grab one more and they will stop the countdown. I cannot believe Zeta Division just did that. Mamashi now throws out the gravity. In fact, they queue out off the members of Crazy Lagoon and they're getting control. Now they start the countdown. And Zeta Division, they're looking to turn this around, but Crazy Lagoon still has a chance. They just need to grab this gem to stop the timer. And yes, they do so. A very close round between these two teams.
Oh, back and forth, each and every single move by each other being called out. Perfection in terms of Zeta Division now. They drop. Crazy Lagoon, they start the timer. Stopped by Zeta Division, and they take the timer instead. This is that back and forth matchup. 12 seconds now onto the countdown. Are they going to be able to do this? Yes, they managed to get the snuff, but the return. Achapi now going in for the absolute demolition, and it is game over. Zeta Division, what a victory.
Unbelievable round by Zeta Division. I honestly thought that Crazy Lagoon were gonna take the lead 2-1 in this best of 5 set. At the last second, Achapi threw his body and he actually got the kill. I thought he was not gonna be able to do that. Do it. He guessed it. It stops the timer while his teammates pick up the gems in the center, and they made this miraculous comeback. So, man, Zeta Division, they are really showing up huge. But Crazy Lagoon, it definitely feels bad that they lost that round. It should have been theirs. But at the end of the day, they came pretty close to taking the lead against Zeta Division. This is the closest one we had so far in the series. So I want to see if Crazy Lagoon can at least tie it up later on.
Yeah, and it's a little unfortunate for Crazy Lagoon, you know, and like you said, man, hopefully they can tie it up a little bit later on, right? I want to see, you know, more of these tremendous plays, but a small little itty bitty part of my heart is saying that, you know, that whole matchup, even all of that chaos that we managed to witness within that matchup, was all brought forth by one team that's able to dictate exactly how each and every single series ends, and that's Zeta Division. When they want to end it quick, they know exactly what to go in and get done. Crazy Lagoon, yes, they came back in here with a tremendous showdown, Husky, but Zeta Division is really proving to be the cream of the crop. And you've mentioned, man, you think Kicks might be able to take them down. I'm going to take your word for it. I now cannot wait to see that matchup as well.
I'm just super excited to see what Crazy Lagoon has to bring to the table, right? Yeah, sure. Again, Zeta Division, undoubtedly the stronger team in this series. But Crazy Lagoon starting to, you know, be able to leave a bit of mark on Zeta Division, and they are just trying to get the hang of things. So we're going into round 4. I just want to see if Zeta Division will be able to close it out, or will Crazy Lagoon send us to that round 5.
Oh, Tensai taking up a very aggressive fight against Kuru, who manages to survive. Beautiful replacement with Mameshi. He steps up, blocking in all of those shots for Tensai. Miria taking a very aggressive stance onto Achapi as Mameshi manages to drop Thunder out of the equation, and now taking the fight up against Miria as well. Tensai, aggressive push, 5 gems onto the side of Zeta Division to close this game off. And here's an all-out chaos as well as aggression from the side of Zeta Division to show when they want to take easy and quick games, exactly what they're able to bring forth. If Crazy Lagoon is able to change the momentum of this matchup, that will really impress me, because it's serious this time round, Husky.
They actually brought the Crow for Achapi. That is just insane. I mean, for Zeta Division, you know, they are just showing us so many new ideas. And the Crow, one of the strengths is that his range is long. He stops Steel from regenerating because of that damage over time. Sure, Crazy Lagoon now is there to get control, but Tensai once more able to keep Achapi, you know, away from danger. Crazy Lagoon, they have control of the midsection. That is definitely great for them. but you have to always be aware of what Zeta Division can do. And look at that, they actually have Crazy Lagoon boxed in. Great gravity to take out Mameshi and Tensai. He's going to be next on the chopping block if it's not careful. Crazy Lagoon, now they just want to run out the clock. The Sandy ultimate is used by Mameshi as well. We'll see if Crazy Lagoon can get this pincer off. And in fact, they're going to force that Max out of the center point. They send him into a corner. If they take him out, this is going to be absolutely bad. And yes, they do. All 8 gems have been dropped. And it has not been picked up by Zeta Division just yet. They're keeping it on the ground, and they're not going to claim it because of Choppy. It did went down early on. Thankfully for Crazy Lagoon, they would get it back, but Zeta Division will start the countdown. There's enough time for Crazy Lagoon to reset this if they get the 2 gems in the middle, so they'll try to go for it. The first one is definitely going to be picked up by the Max once more. The second one is going to be spawning it just a bit, and he grabs it. The cooldown gets stopped, and Zeta Division, they're going to try to push it to the middle. Mameshi gets stunned. Crazy Lagoon stays alive.
Oh, beautiful plays coming through this time. Crazy Lagoon starting the countdown, all by the effort from Thunder. And Thunder manages to drop Tensai in that same process as well. Crazy Lagoon picking up yet another gem. And this is the opportunity for them to finish this off. Crazy Lagoon, they are literally doing the unthinkable, the impossible. They've done it. They've gotten the victory and pushed this into round number 5.
Again, the closest set we had so far. Crazy Lagoon. So 2 rounds of a Zeta Division. Round 5, that's what we've been wanting, right? And if they win this, we're going all the way to Siege, and we have our wish granted. So what a great game from Crazy Lagoon. They are starting to figure out what Zeta Division wanted to do. I mean, that Crow pick, it was okay. It's not the best for sure. You know, would have been fine if it was a Genie or Mortis. Maybe Zeta Division are just trying things out. But for Crazy Lagoon, they basically just, you know, they just took the lead and it did not look back. Sure, it came close. It came down to a reset, but it was Crazy Lagoon who was able to stick it out until the very end.
Yeah, and that was specifically the leap that the Crow could not take because of the way Crazy Lagoon was playing that matchup, right? Just really, really good in terms of sneaking in with their visibility, not allowing that Crow to get a accurate jump on any one of them. They stayed hidden all throughout that whole time, and they continuously took those shots. And I've kind of felt that Tensai, when he took that backstep onto Miria from that mid segment, you know, just beside the gem spawner, that was going to be the part where Zeta Division just takes this whole thing. And I said that if Crazy Lagoon changes things around at that point of time, it will be truly impressive. And they did exactly that. And the way they went in there for that aggressive push, they managed to snuff out Zeta Division, push them down so far. And it was a game that was Crazy Lagoon's to lose, Husky. We saw that they got popped, those gems, deep in their own territory. I guess that was the saving grace. And, you know, given Mameshi a few more seconds, the guy would have just gone in there and swept up all of those gems.
Yeah, I definitely share the same sentiment as well. Right, Crazy Lagoon, they've really nothing much to lose, I feel, against Zeta Division. But the fact that they were able to get some games off of them, this is 100% a morale boost, a confidence lift for Crazy Lagoon. Now they have one more job to do, which is to close out the set in the victory and push us to the set number 4. Easier said than done, but at least they're putting Zeta Division on notice.
I love watching Siege. I love watching a team like Zeta Division in Siege because of those monstrous Siege bots that they have sent, you know, marching down the field. Level 30 bots. Yep, Zeta Division is capable of doing stuff like that. But, you know, Siege is also the kind of matchup where we might be able to see Crazy Lagoon go in there for the quick steal once again, right? Because when we move into bot drop, if we move into bot drop, the exact way that Crazy Lagoon has managed to play around visibility on that map and, you know, avoid getting snuffed out so early on in these rounds from the side of Zeta Division, they might be able to push us in towards Ring of Fire for Hot Zone as well, right? I know, crazy, unthinkable for Crazy Lagoon to ask these sorts of big questions from the side of Zeta Division, but I feel like they are on track already. I see the fire. They've finally woken up. I want to see a match number 4, Husky.
I mean, if we somehow get a game 5, just like yesterday when Crazy Lagoon took on the Fixer, I would be delighted. But I think if Zeta Division, you know, playtime's over, it's time to close out the set, and they're gonna bring out, I believe, the Jackie, they have the Rosa and the Poco. So it's just a full-on frontlining, brute force oriented draft that's just gonna stand in on site and not give Crazy Lagoon any room to work with at all. Sure, Crazy Lagoon, they're gonna toss in the Sandy super. Look at my man, he just goes in with his own super. He vacuums everyone in. Those guys, they did not die, but at least Zeta Division have not considered control just yet. The Poco finally goes down, but he has bought enough time for Mamashi to respawn. Crazy Lagoon will start to walk in, but Achapi has already taken out the Sandy. Crazy Lagoon is taking out Mirai. So Zeta Division, at the end of the day, they still have full territorial advantage. 9 gems ready on the board, and they're looking to start that countdown.
Oh, and just one more. They should be able to get it done now. Mameshi holding on to the fort. Achapi this time around. Oh, gonna be hunting Kuru, and he will get snuffed before he can even reach. But Mameshi, as long as he can stay alive for 5 more seconds, that will be the game for the side of Zeta Division, and it is game over. We do not get bot drop. No match number 4. Zeta Division finishes it off nice and easy, Husky.
Yeah, I mean, what do you expect, right? It's a Zeta Division. They are 100% going to win, but at least we didn't get full 3-0s for all 3 sets. Crazy Lagoon did put up a fight, but I'm gonna give Zeta Division the benefit of doubt that the rounds they lost was just them trying out stuff. Right? And they're messing with the Crow, and that final round was a statement once more. Perfect draft for Gem Fort, and Crazy Lagoon did not find a single opening to contest. But they did take 2 rounds over Zeta Division. That's something that they can give themselves a pat on the back. The bad news is that Crazy Lagoon, they've been dealt the second loss in the Challengers groups.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate that those little wins, those minor wins within each and every single match just doesn't count within the competition, right? But like you said, right, Husky, as a boost in terms of morale, hopefully it does aid Crazy Lagoon in all of their other series. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is a recap of the matchup between Zeta Division as well as Crazy Lagoon. I think it pretty much went the way we expected it to go from the get-go, Husky.
Yeah, 100%, right? I think most people came into the series and they know that Zeta Division is gonna win off the top of their head. Everyone in the back of their minds know that Zeta Division is going to win regardless of what team that they're playing, just because of how good they are. Even if you are not the kind of person that follows Brawl Stars competitively, you just look at the numbers of Zeta Division. There's no way you would say, I think Crazy Lagoon has a 50-50 chance. That is just not, it's not realistic enough. They had a chance, but it was never high to begin with.
And there were a few of those rounds where Crazy Lagoon kind of showed us a little bit of aggression. Okay, that final one Zeta Division was just absolutely crazy, right? But it just could not hold out. I still feel like even those rounds where I think, just echoing a little bit of what you said, right? Where even those rounds where Crazy Lagoon managed to pick a couple of rounds or wins away, it felt like Zeta Division was experimenting. And that's exactly what we expect out of a team like this. They get the opportunity to play on the big stage, and they want to try out new strats, right? Against really, really capable teams. And when it all comes down to that final matchup, they just go in and get the job done, Husky.
Yeah, play time's over, hence they close out the round. But not too bad from Crazy Lagoon. At least they extended the set a bit more. I would say it did come down to the wire. I think there was a split second where people had the thought of, okay, I think Crazy Lagoon might be able to push us to Siege, but Zeta Division, they quickly shut the show down. So this is their first official victory in the Brawl Stars Challenger for the ESL Mobile Open Season 2. The numbers don't show in their books. This is just the first official match. Whatever happened yesterday does not count. Zeta Division doing well as always. Good to see them open up the evening. But we have a lot more to come. In fact, we have 3 more best of 5s that's going to be coming up. But before we proceed to the next series, we're going to take a short break and we will be back for more Brawl Stars action.
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner. So head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Ay, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the light, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to the Brawl Stars ESL Challenge Season 2, where the top 8 in Asia Pacific have gathered to brawl it out. And so far, it has been an absolute decimation, a play of perfection, a absolute masterclass of Brawl Stars by the side of Zeta Division as they took a 3-0 victory over Crazy Lagoon. Well, the Kex team have something similar to show us against Team Flash. Either way, I'm very sure it's not going to be easy. Team Flash showing us a little bit of, prowess from Season 1 itself. They bring in a lot of promise to the table, but you know exactly who Kex team is, and they've already proven their worth yesterday. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, my name's AJ. I'm the Mustachio down here with the one and only Husky to bring you guys all of the action from today.
Super excited. Probably one of the most anticipated series of the day. Team Flash,
Yeah.
ex-world champions against Kex team, the up-and-coming challengers. They did knock Icebond out of the park yesterday with a almost flawless win. So when you knock out the second best team of Japan, you have definitely proven that you are, to some degree, a formidable challenger. But we're talking about Team Flash. We're talking about the best team in the world, and this is the roster. Could be Ace, Response, Wiggly, and CZK, the 4 titans that is about to take the field.
Well, the question is whether or not CZK will once again be able to perhaps lead his team to victory, right? Because this guy was an absolute monster in Season 1. Cootie Ace as well as Response were always there to make sure that CZK was untouched so that that guy can continuously do what he does best. Byron, Max, as well as Gene, the top picks for Team Flash. Their top bans, as usual, is going to be that Ash. Surprisingly, Bali's Buzz?
Yeah, I feel like there's a bit of a mix-up, but I'm gonna trust.
Yeah.
I'm gonna trust the labels. I would be surprised if Team Flash bans Barley as their top ban. No way.
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah.
But yeah, okay.
It's
So
okay.
Byron, Max, Gene, top picks, Ash, and Buzz. I mean, if a team does not ban Ash, then that team has something up. There's something about them that we do not know. But this is gonna be the challenger. Kex team, Orca, Stitch, and Vax. And let me tell you, their stand-in Toxic hasn't been showing up just yet. But let me tell you, Vax is the guy to watch out for. This guy is Agent 47. He is the hitman of the team. And yesterday, he was a huge factor why Icebond was not able to win the set. So if there's one guy that can stand a chance to get Team Flash, I'm looking at Vex.
I'm thinking that, this time around, quite honestly, Husky, I do not know what to expect, right? Because when Kex team, they were going through the ladders in Season 1, I had the opportunity to see them in action during the ESL Mobile Open Recap show, but they did not make it into the Mobile Challenge for Season 1. Season 2, we get the opportunity to see them. Based on what you're telling me, these guys, an absolute wrecking squad out there. I'm looking forward to see exactly what they can do to the ex-champions. Top picks, Byron, Bell, as well as Leon, Shelly, and Mortis, the top bans for Kick's team. And I think that will do really, really well against Flash. They really love bringing that Mortis into a majority of these games. They are super accurate. And when you're accurate with that Mortis, your opponents have got no chance whatsoever. This guy jumps in, he gets the job done, and he backs away.
Let me ask you a question, right? I gotta put you on the spot right now. So let's say you are in Kick's team's shoes, right? You qualify for season 2 of the Brawl Stars challenges, and then you find out that you have to inevitably face the ex-world champions. How do you set your team up to play the set?
Oh, excited, man. I mean, you have to be absolutely excited to demolish, annihilate the ex-champions on a stage like this. It's a wonderful opportunity, but of course, it depends on whether or not you are able to do exactly that, which is annihilate a team like Team Flash 2, as well as Byron. Their bans. Kick's team will be taking Poco as well as Sandy out of the equation. Interesting moves coming in from both of these squads here, Husky.
The Poco and Sandy ban, I like it. I mean, Poco and Sandy has been one of the more preferred picks when it comes to support that we've been seeing so far. Stu has shown huge presence yesterday alongside Byron, so I'm not really surprised that Team Flash banned them. But that also means one thing: Ash is available. The question is, will Ash make it through?
I think this time around, I mean, clearly if he has not gotten banned at all, it's going to be quite impossible to not see him drop into one of these matches in here, right? My biggest question is, how many of these games are we going to get? Is it going to be a 3-0? If it is, which side is it going to fall to? Both teams in here with a lot of promise, and my heart's already beating extra fast, Husky. I cannot wait for this kickoff in towards safe zone. Do you have a pick as to which side's gonna be victorious here, Husky?
Yeah, I mean, let's be real, right? The numbers is going to favor Team Flash for sure. So I'm kind of in the same situation as I had in Series 1 between Crazy Lagoon and Zeta division. My heart is with Team Flash, but obviously I want to see if Kick's team can continue the momentum from yesterday, right? They've shown huge promises, but this is a completely different giant we're talking about. If they can drop Team Flash, even just one set, I would be super impressed. But this is what they set out to do, to impress and to upset the teams out there. They've done it to Icebond, they've done it to, the roster of the second best Japanese team. So I wouldn't be surprised if they're able to leave a mark on Team Flash.
Dude, the fact that they actually managed to beat Icebond, it's just really, really making me curious as to how much of, impact Kicks is going to be bringing into this competition. Because all throughout Season 1, it was all about the Japanese players, right? We had back then Tropa Suprema stepping in, we had Jupiter stepping in. Now they've come in, they've been absolutely rebranded, and it looks like with that rebranding, they might have been able to elevate themselves with some of their gameplays. Clearly, that's exactly what we've seen out of Zeta division. But the challenge that's coming in from the other teams, the quality as a whole for Season 2 has stepped up. And I think I like exactly what we are seeing in here from Kicks. And if they are able to step on into this next matchup and pull a victory, Season 2 is going to be super duper fun, because there's just no way of calling what's going to happen. Kicks is going to be that game changer. But of course, once again, if they can not even pull a victory over Team Flash, I mean, I don't know if that's asking for too much, but if able to push this into game number 5, they've won me already over. I mean, of course, game 5 and a loss. Preferably a victory, Husky.
Preferably a victory for sure. Kicks team. Okay, we Crazy Lagoon, they came really close to taking one set over Zeta division. Unfortunately, that did not happen. So Kicks team, I wouldn't be too disappointed if they end up taking rounds, but not the set. However, I think this season has already set itself up to be a season of unpredictability. If a Fixer can take out Crazy Lagoon, if Kicks team can take out Icebond, If Crazy Lagoon can take rounds off of Zeta Division, I don't see why Team Flash will not be challenged.
Well, we have to wait for the matchup to see if or not Kicks will be able to kick Team Flash, the ex-champions, down into the gutters, or is it going to be the other way around? Either way, both of these teams are going to be put to the test. The exact same maps in for the rotation once again. My question's whether or not we're going to be pushed into Siege, because I want to see a little bit of bot drop. But either way, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, you know, from the Mobile Open, from the ladders in towards the challenge, October is going to be a crazy hot month. You can witness the top teams in the challenge season every single Tuesday as well as Wednesday. So don't miss out on the opportunity. Once again, I stress the main reason why I think you should watch is because you should be looking for an opportunity to perform on this stage one day as well, because that's exactly what the ESL Mobile Open is all about. It's open for just about anybody, Husky.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, again, you don't want to miss out all the action. There's a lot of things happening for the ESL Mobile Open, right? Brawl Stars is just a part of it. But even then, if you are a fan of other titles, there's obviously going to be that as well. So to keep yourselves in the loop and to make sure that you don't miss out on your favorite game titles, do make sure to check if you have followed our social media or not. If you have not, we're obviously on Twitch where you're watching, but we're also on platforms like YouTube where we post all our interviews and highlights. That is where you will want to at least drop a subscribe as well, just so you will not be left out.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, if you are looking forward to signing up, make sure you take note of all of these teams, especially in Brawl Stars, because, you know, there might be a few things that you can learn in terms of exactly where those weak spots are. Because, you know, it usually is the case, right, Husky? When you are sitting down at home and you're watching a game, it's almost always so easy to call out exactly what the team is not doing too right, you know, and hopefully exactly that inspiration to think that, hey, you know what, I can spot a top team, you know, having a few of these gaps in terms of their plays. You might just be the team that comes in and asks those big questions, maybe like Kicks, maybe like exactly what Kicks might be able to pull off in series number 2. Once again, a lot of hype up for this particular matchup, because just like Husky has mentioned, this is the one we've been looking forward to. Whether or not Kicks can now come in and truly upset the competition in here for Season 2, Husky.
Yeah, and you know, there's something that I always like to say, is that if you want to find the next best player, if you want to find the next world champion or the next coach, just look at the people watching the game. I mean, a lot of people have their own inputs of how you should play the game. Yeah. This is the chance, you know, these guys, is your opportunity to step up. If you think you can do better, ESL Mobile Open has just the platform for you. Maybe we'll see you in the future, and if you make it, then you've effectively put the money, your money where your mouth is. But until then, just make sure that you stay tuned and watch all the actions unfold. Maybe you'll learn a thing or two from these guys.
Yeah, Europe, North America, they kicked off, you know, the ESL Mobile Open first. And one of their findings that they shared with us, and, you know, potentially something that they're looking forward to happening within Asia Pacific as well. Because when they ran it over there, Husky, they had the opportunity to have a LAN competition at the end of the day. You know, because of circumstances like this, we have to pull this off online. But one day we will get to that LAN party as well. And what they found at that point was they discovered that the players who came to those finals, they were from a huge range of kids, you know, as young as, I believe, 16, 17 years old, up to their oldest person, I believe, beyond the age of 80. When they say the ESL Mobile Open is open for anyone that's in love with games and wants to come in here and jump into the action and fun, they absolutely meant it, and it's all up to the community on whether or not they choose to jump in or stay out on the borders watching. But either way, it's all so much of fun. And apart from just fun, Husky, the prize pool is quite attractive as well, isn't it?
Yeah, and I mean, the prize pool is definitely one of the reasons why people compete in the first place. And I mean, ESL Mobile Open has just the luxurious prize pool to attract all the players, you know, regardless of where they form. Again, games, they breach the boundaries of whatever background that you're from. You can
Yeah.
be youthful, you can be in your golden ages, but as long as you have a knack for gaming, then this is just for you. That's the beauty of video games in general. And I think this platform, when they launched it, I was super excited just because it was launched on a pretty huge scale, right? We're looking at the Southeast Asia, we have Latin,
Yeah.
we have NA and EU. So I believe we even have China included as well. So this is a really huge initiative by ESL to make sure that we are all connected one way or the other. And the fact that we're running ladders, we're running Challenger Series, and at the end of it, we have the Challenger Finals. It is probably an ecosystem that's gonna sustain itself for a very, very long time.
Yeah, absolutely. 45,000 USD thrown in for a prize pool. I mean, if that itself is not enough to convince you to look at the path of becoming a pro player and taking advantage of, competitions like, such as what the ESL Mobile Open offers you, then I guess it's a little, I wouldn't say it's an absolute waste, but it's like an opportunity that you allow to pass you right by. Now, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, yes, you are right. We are buying a little bit more time because there's a couple of technical issues in the background that we are trying to sort out. On that note, we're gonna throw this to a quick short break. But when we come back, in anticipation, is gonna be series number 2 when Kicks takes on Team Flash, the ex-champions. Husky and I will.
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner. So head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the light, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
Back to the Brawl Stars ESL Challenge Season 2, where the top 8 in Asia Pacific have gathered to brawl it out. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, once again, my name is AJ. I'm the Mustachio down here with the one and only Husky. The match is about to kick off. The match is about to kick off the most anticipated series of the day as Kicks takes on Team Flash, Husky.
About just be ready to be surprised for sure. I mean, it seems like for the side of Team Flash, we're not seeing Cook the ace. So it's going to be Godbara in his shoes. Wiggly and CZK, of course, these two will be playing this original lineup from Team Flash. Regardless, it's still going to be super strong no matter who they feel. Kicks team, again, Orca, Vex, and Stitch, the three juggernauts yesterday who upset the Icebond. This is a completely different ballgame, and we're starting to see that, right out the gates. Orca does get a good snipe up, and so far, Kicks team, they are vault down to 94%, but because they're quickly pushing back, they made it onto the Team Flash side of the map. Godbara tanks out 3 shots just to make sure that that vault survives. And still Stitch is able to get a couple of damage in, so those touches are going to be good in favor of Kicks team, but never underestimate Team Flash, because it's now their turn to make a response.
Yeah, CZK just cannot aggress up fourth. Stitch, just such a pain in his side. Opportunity once again, but unfortunately for the side of Team Flash, they will lose Godbara once again. The guy clearly is not ready for the battle just yet. Taking those shots one after the other. Not so great in avoiding all of those shots. Now Wiggly Poo, he has the opportunity to snuff Wex out, but out of nowhere, Orca actually takes him out of the equation. Godbara drops Wex out. CZK holding the fort, but allows enough of that time for Kicks to aggress up and take a couple of more pot shots against the save of Team Flash. This might just all be over unless Flash can turn things around. 30 plus seconds to go on the clock now, Husky.
Yeah, I mean, again, Kicks team, these guys, Vex, he is the sniper, and we're seeing just that, right? Kicks team, they're winning all these long-range fights. Now, CZK, he has the Rico, it's good zone control, but he's getting constantly outranged by the Brock and the Piper. 15 seconds left, good super from CZK, but now they need to get close to the vault of Kicks team, and I don't think they can make it in time. Godbar is going to try his darn, it's down to 92%, and look at that stage, using his body to block some of the shots. It's down to 86.
Oh, what?
They push it! They pushed it in the nick of time! And Team Flash, I cannot believe it, they have just done it. They took it away from Kicks teams under their feet. This round 1 for Team Flash.
Oh, that was just some sand in the eyes of the players from Kicks. Unfortunately for them, Team Flash just a little too good, just a little too sharp. I mean, they played that so tactically. They had Kicks team all fooled, Husky, all the way down to those final moments. I think what, 20 plus seconds on the board, and then finally they take the aggressive move up, whilst all throughout that matchup, all they did was just stay in the back lines, making Kicks believe that they are the aggressors of this matchup. What a crazy turnaround in those final seconds.
Yeah, just incredible. They get a pick onto Stitch and they immediately start moving up. I cannot believe they just took the round away. I honestly thought Kick's team had it just because it was like what, Team Flash had less than 10 seconds to turn the round in their favor, but they still managed to do so because when it came down to crunch time, they were so composed. They still got the kills and they were prioritizing on the right things. Now they've secured a round one for themselves. Definitely doesn't tell us the full picture just yet. It's just the first round, but it sets us up for what's to come.
Yeah, it definitely sets us up, and it definitely sets the mood up for Kick's team as well. Now, they thought they were geared up to take that victory and to get things turned around in those very final seconds, those final moments. Not going to be doing too great on their, mental state at the very moment. Whether it will break them down or is that gonna, strengthen their move up in the next matchup, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls? I'm curious to check out. I'm very sure you cannot wait as well. Team Flash, though, they were, I wouldn't say the favorites to go in here and grab that victory, Husky, but they've managed to turn things around so late in that game. But this time round, are they going to be able to take that aggressive push from the get-go? Because clearly, Kicks will be expecting the exact same strat to be pulled off once again. And if they can actually focus on taking out God Bara from that midsection, I think they should be all good to maintain that same sort of aggressive stature from game number one.
Yeah, I feel the same as well. And Team Flash, they bring out a Nani for this round. They're going to lose two guys to Kick's team. They're making their way forward as Wiggly. He just respawned. Almost gets sniped down once more. God Bara trying to get the challenge up, but he is getting pressure from two different angles, and Vex is going to take him out. CZK also not in a good spot as Kick's team is able to completely overwhelm Team Flash, and they just start pumping a bit of damage onto that vault. But we've seen Team Flash turning around. You cannot count them out until the very last second. As Team Flash, they're really struggling to get rid of the Piper. They finally push a Vex all the way back, but Orca, he's going to be that front line, and Kick's team, they're winning out those long range fights, and they're able to get onto Team Flash's fault once more. It's down to 57%.
Yeah, you can't just leave it all to CZK. Unfortunately, for the side of Team Flash, Kicks is doing everything right. They are focusing on taking out God Bara. Wiggly Spoo is making a couple of aggressive pushes up front, but Vex continuously makes him play. They've already gone in here for a switch around. It's either Orca or Wiggly. Either way, Vex should be able to hold on to that left-hand side. If Team Flash manages to turn things around this time, I will be absolutely shocked because Kicks has been playing this to perfection, Husky.
Yeah, I mean, I like how Wiggly, he's trying to go for the back door, but he's going to be immediately shot down. 40 more seconds on the clock. That's 26% left on Team Flash's vault, and they're continuing to lose members. And because CZK doesn't even have time to heal up, I think Kick's team, they most likely have it. One last rocket barrage from the Brock. It's gonna seal the deal. A flawless run from Kick's team. They tie up the score.
Yeah, and the last round, I guess the difference was the fact that CZK managed to snuff out the opposing side's Brock, and that was the opportunity for them to aggress up forth, right? This time round, CZK, he was taking a couple of shots up against that Brock. Unfortunately for him, he could not assert as much pressure as his opponent was going in for the push, and Kicks managed to bag that. Not just towards the very end. They had a stronghold on that second round from the get-go all the way to the end, Husky.
Yeah, they never took their foot off the gas. And we're seeing the prowess again from the side of Kick's team. A Stitch, Orca, Vex, especially Vex on the Piper, a force to be reckoned with. I think the Nani was not able to do too much in that situation. He gets completely outranged by the Piper, and his super, you can destroy that super very easily, because it makes Nani idle as he controls that little robot peep that runs into people and blows up. It takes way too much of effort, right? It can easily be snuffed out in that situation. So I think Team Flash probably trying to bring us something new. Didn't work out. Kick's team, they didn't change anything. They stuck with the same lineup, and it helped them equalize the score. Now, going into round 3, I want to see if Team Flash will be able to put up a cleaner game. Because so far, first game was a comeback. Second game was a total beatdown.
Let's see if or not they will be able to make that comeback, or preferably for their own sanity, be able to keep that pressure up from the get-go. Godbara, 92 HP left on himself, will not get punished by Wex, and Wigglyspoo is right back in this matchup to bring that pressure up forth once again. 100 to 100 on each side. Neither one has managed to go in and bring that damage onto the safe just yet, but CZK will be able to just putting so much of pressure onto his opposition. On from the opposing side, it's gonna be Stitch. A little bit more left. Godbara, punishment! And he goes in for the snuff onto Stitch. And this is the opportunity for Wigglyspoo now to go up. But Okra drops Godbara out of the equation. And it still leaves this matchup in an equal twist. Kicks team now losing 15% off of their safe. They have to come in here with a response. And Wex is looking to take those shots.
Yeah, Vex, he's getting pinned down by Godbara. They knew exactly what they needed to do, but Vex actually wins out the fight, and Godbara is also being pressured. CZK can't move from where he was. They do take out Orca, they do take out Stitch, but Vex was able to pump a couple of shots in onto that vault. Wiggly should be able to clear out his counterpart for sure, but no, Vex has a super. Wiggly with the counter super. They both pull out their umbrellas, and it's gonna be Team Flash Wiggly that survives until the bitter end. So they put a couple more percentage on the Kicks team's vault, and they even snipes out Orca. Yeah, sure, Wiggly went down, but the fact that Orca is dead means that Team Flash will have better means to deal with Vex, but just again, good shot from Vex to take out Godbara. This is a closer match compared to the previous round, but Team Flash, they're getting a bit more control.
Oh, I love that, man. That Piper showdown on the left-hand side of the map was just absolute perfection. And now Godbara, with the opportunity, opens up the game for the side of Team Flash, putting in all of the damage onto the side of Kicks team's save. And this is that opportunity for CZK to aggress up forth as well. 17 seconds now onto the clock, and it looks like Kicks is all out of options. Wex will be able to aggress up forth, but the fact of the matter is Wigglypoo drops in to say hello, snubs him out of the equation, and Team Flash gets it done.
Yeah, Godbara gives them the palm, shows them the hand. It's a no-no this time. And goes Wiggly. He, at the last second, uses the super to gain that distance as well. It's just not to get, not gain distance, but to cover that distance and and to catch up. He puts his body in front of the vault, didn't block the shots, but most importantly, he took out Vex. At the end of the day, a cleaner game from Team Flash. They didn't have to struggle too much. But we still see Kicks team putting up a pretty good fight. That was pretty close until the last 15-20 seconds.
Well, Season 2 is a little bit different. It is a best out of 5. So let's see, man. It's just all wide in the open for Safe Zone. So I guess the opportunity to make a comeback in here and to take the cake is equally out there on the battlefield. Sneaky Fields is going to be quite the tough fight later on as we jump on in as well, Husky. Either way, I think I'm going to be having a lot of fun with you on this series, man. I buy it right now. Kicks a lot of promise, but it looks like Team Flash is ready for this action.
Yeah, I think Team Flash, Poke and Prod, they're going to come online, giving me a bit of a Zeta Division vibes, They can try some stuffs every once in a while, but when it's crunch time, Team Flash, they are going to pull out the victory card. For Kicks team, I think they're still doing fine. They'll win those fights, and it's not like what we saw in the first set, where Zeta Division just hands down beats Crazy Raccoon at every turn. Kicks team was able to get exchanges. They were able to trade 1-for-1 every now and then. So this is definitely setting up to be a closer series. But evidently, Team Flash, they have that advantage of just being the ex-world champions, and they are looking pretty good.
Yeah, and it's quite the surprise, though. It's quite the surprise. Not so much from the side of Team Flash, but from the side of Kicks, because they are asking amazing questions from the ex-world champions. They are asking these questions that show us that they might be able to pull the victory off somehow today. It's gonna be a tall order, no doubt about that, right? Because of how good Team Flash is. But here's the game breaker though. The fact of the matter is Team Flash is jumping on into this matchup and they do not have a killer squad member on their side. And I did not expect to see that change coming through so late. And CZK is not really able to hold on to the fort just purely all on his own on that right hand side. God Barra's clearly having a little bit of a tough time in that midsection. If Kicks goes in to exploit God Barra a little bit more, do you think they'll be able to pull a victory off, Husky?
I honestly think so. I honestly think that they definitely would be able to give Team Flash a lot more challenge. I mean, they've shown it. They've taken that one round. That one round was not near was absolutely perfect, right? 100% on their own on save. But I also feel like for Team Flash, sure. CZK so far hasn't been able to hold out on its own, at least not to the standard that we expected them to.
Yeah.
In the bigger scheme of things, I think Team Flash are doing just enough. And to say for Kicks team to target one guy consistently, I don't think Team Flash is gonna give them an opportunity.
I don't know, man. I don't know, right? Because Kudi Ace, I thought we would see him in that matchup, but maybe it was him. I don't know. Maybe he just changed his name up. We do not know. Maybe that was response in his play. Only time will tell as we get a little bit of an update. Team Flash, if they did drop in there with their usual full push, CZK will be looking to take a little bit more of an aggressive stance up on that right-hand corner. God Barra aggressing up in that mid segment. He seems to be a little bit more braver with all of his shots, but he backs away as we expect him to 700 plus HP. Orca! Opportunity, but instead of taking that pot shot to finish off, God Barra takes that shot off against the save.
Wow, just great teamwork. And now Stitch, he's 100% going to go down. They've got him pincer in the corner. Kicks team able to land just one shot onto Team Flash to save. Just now, Wiggly, through all of that chaos, he was able to sneak forward. And Orca sidesteps all the incendiary, but he still ends up going down. God Barra is now going to push on forward. Team Flash really putting down the pressure onto Kicks team.
Oh, this is going to be such a GG if Kicks cannot make a comeback in here, because early pressure from the side of Team Flash. Now Vax! Beautiful shot onto God Barra, unsuspecting, pulls out the super, backs away, and Wiggly's Poo will be left with an option. Do I aggress or do I back away? He chooses to back away, waiting for God Barra to pop back into this matchup. CZK, on the other hand, making sure that the right-hand side does not get dropped, manages to get himself taken out of the equation, but thankfully God Barra is there for that backup, and the fight in that midsection continues as Orca will try to get a little bit aggressive, and once again, final shot, unable to take it up. Orca will allow God Barra to remain active and alive, but Vex aggressing up, taking off those spot shots against those save. I guess it was worth it, Husky.
Yeah, 100% worth it. Of course, Kicks team, they're still on the back foot. Sure, they got some extra damages onto Team Flash's save, but you can see it's 87 to 67. So Team Flash, they have a sizable lead. That can be easily turned around if Kicks team throws their bodies on the save, but they need to clear out the members from Team Flash first. God Barra is going to lose out the fight against Orca, but Orca runs straight into CZK's rocket, so he's going to lose his life. One more super to kind of zone out Stitch. Stitch going to do the same. They get a good trade to God Barra. It's down to 9 seconds, but Vex gets sniped on the way out. Orca, he does not have a choice. He has to do as much damage as he can, but it's just not enough time to do so. Team Flash will be able to clean this set up 3-1.
Oh, I guess that was expected. Kicks team, you know, here's the thing. There's one thing that's really bugging me right now. I expected more from Kicks because of the fact that you said they defeated Ban, right? And it just wasn't shown. Yes, they did manage to take one round off of Team Flash, but that's not a very convincing side of Team Kicks. I guess the bright side here is, Husky, that's just the first set. We've got a few more to go.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, we have just finished Heist. next up we have Brawl Ball. That is gonna be fun. That is you mentioned your favorite mode is Siege, right? My favorite mode is Brawl Ball. I love Brawl Ball. I feel like it is one of the few. It's a mode that I can bully people. Let's just say.
It's
I was
tough
able to
to pick. Yeah, sorry, go on.
Okay, so I just wanted to say that I was able to. I got Ash today, right? So I was able to try out Ash, and let me just say it is very fun running people down as a garbage collector.
I'm pretty sure it is, right? But you see, this is the thing about Brawl Stars. It's really hard to say that, this is my most favorite mode because I kind of love Brawl Ball as well. I don't know if it's as much as I love Siege, but I really, really enjoy watching Brawl Ball. Not really playing Brawl Ball. I unfortunately am terrible at that mode, but I really, really like watching Brawl Ball. I love shoutcasting for Brawl Ball as well because the pace of the match can either, end just like that, or it can really, really drag out into that extra time where it's going to be all out mechanical skills, proving to be the best out there on the battlefield, just like what we saw breakdown between Zeta as well as Crazy Lagoon earlier on. And I'm hoping for something like that between Team Flash as well as Kicks, so we can see mechanically how they compare against each other, Husky.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, for Brawl Ball is just. I mean, I think the entertaining part for me is the fact that you incorporate both sports and kind of a bit of a sports element into Brawl Stars, something that is very original and very creative. But also the fact that we saw very I would say unorthodox and creative drafts yesterday, courtesy of Kick's team when they took on Icebond. So I want to see if they can pull out the same strat against Team Flash, and if they do, does Team Flash have an answer?
I hope they are able to take not just one round, but one set away. Hopefully they are able to take away sneaky fields. We guarantee ourselves a set number 4 at Siege, and I'm gonna be a happy man, right? Either side wins it, I'm not gonna be too fussed at all, as long as we get to see what Kicks has within the second matchup itself. Because once again, Sneaky Fields is the best opportunity for us to see the fast-paced response of all of these teams. Because like you said it, man, it's a mode which is super creative. It takes the element of Brawl Stars at its best, where you have to go in there, you have to bring your brawlers in, you have to take the shots against each other, and it just throws in a whole new objective into the mix. And it's a ball. And on top of that, you've got the field where you can maneuver the ball. And it's not as easy as it looks now, is it, Husky?
No, absolutely not. And I think the teams will definitely paint a better picture, because here we go, round number 1 for Brawl Ball between Team Flash and Kick's team. And we have Wiggly on the bus. This is going to be super interesting. The bus gains out charges just by having enemies in that area. We see the M's for Kick's team on Vax, but Wiggly is just going to go in. He gets good connection with the super. This is going to be the first point for sure. CZK sends it in straight.
Too good, too easy. Team Flash making Kick's team look like they are absolutely nothing. Literally kicking them all around the battlefield earlier on. CZK securing that goal for the side of Team Flash. And I think the same will happen once again. CZK aggressing up. But unfortunate. Oh, I thought CZK would get dropped. Finally gets taken out by Orca. And that took long enough. Wex should be able to pass it up to Stitch, but they're not going to be able to... CZK got Bara now making his way into this matchup as well. CZK backing the ball up into the corner, waiting for the rest of his team members. Got Bara now a 2-on-1 situation, but Stitch literally just kicks it straight through, and it's a 1-2-1 so far.
Oh, he had just enough health to run it in. And again, good kick from the side of, I believe, Orca, to send the ball towards the side of Team Flash. And super from Wiggly just gonna lash himself onto Orca and take him out. But with the ball on the side of Team Flash's field, it's gonna be slightly more advantageous for Kick's team. So they're gonna pop in Rosa super. Unfortunately, Rosa's team goes down. Wiggly comes in again. Orca not able to send the ball to the goal. So Team Flash coming pretty close to losing out. But look at Wiggly.
Wow.
He's just gonna destroy Vax, and Team Flash, they will have the ball in their favor. going pretty well. You have to be careful, God Bara, but CZK is just gonna run it down with the Rosa once more. It's so hard to kill him, and CZK takes the first round for Team Flash.
Yeah, CZK is like that one striker. CZK is like that Cristiano Ronaldo that you want to sign on to your team when it comes down to Brawl Ball. And this guy is an absolute recommend. He knows exactly when to bring those ball in towards the opposition's goal, and he knows exactly when to go in there for the finisher. It actually looked like Kix was about to make a play, which just then got broken down by Team Flash Husky.
Yeah, I mean, for Kick's team, they came pretty close. They just scored that goal. The equalizer was pretty narrow, right? I mean, I thought it would not happen, but I think Stitch had enough health to walk it in.
Correct,
and afterwards, it was Team Flash who knew how to hold on to the game better. You have to give a lot of credit, I believe, to not CZK, to Buzz. I think it's Wiggly. He was literally throwing his life to trade and to buy time so that the rest of his team can respawn, and he did just that. They got enough time. Kixing got a second chance at actually trying to score, but that was promptly intercepted. And just like that, Team Flash was able to turn the game around.
I am still expecting Kix to make some sort of a play, because so far it's just looking very, very one-sided, which is surprising. But I'm curious to ask what happened to Icebond yesterday, because Icebond is as solid as ever, right? We saw them make it through from the second play-ins, and I cannot imagine the sort of a play where this Kix that we are seeing right now is able to continuously outplay the side of Icebond. But at the end of the day, that's exactly what we have on our hands, right? I want to see those plays coming through against Team Flash as well. But I guess at the same time, it's a little bit too much to ask against the ex-champion Sasuke.
Yeah, it definitely is. But we saw Kix team come close, at least on the first mode. So perhaps this is going to be where they can surprise us again. Though with Godbara using that super, it's not going to be any easier though. Look at CZK. Again, once more on that Rosa. Extremely tough to get down, to take down. Vex is going to switch on to the M's as Orca will stick on the Max. They still have the Jackie on Stitch. But that's pretty much it. CZK pops the super, runs in, tries to gun everyone down. Good super from Stitch to suck everyone in with that Jackhammer vacuum. But Wiggly, he's just going to tank it up. And look at Godbara. He's just waiting. He sends it in.
Wiggly literally just went to the home of Kix and kicked them out of their own house. Unfortunate for them. Team Flash is just on a whole other level. CZK now taking this face-to-face fight up against Vex, who holds his own pretty well. Moves the ball right back towards the midsection of the map. Godbara putting up a lot of pressure onto Orca, who gets taken down at the very end. But an immediate trade coming through. Godbara taken out of the equation. CZK dropped as well. Wiggly Spoo, he should be able to hold on, but Godbara has respawned through to hold this matchup for the side of Team Flash. And the ball right deep in the mid-segment of that map once again. 1 minute on the clock. That's just too much of time on Brawl Stars.
Yeah, they used the Max Super, and CZK was able to run down two members of the side of Kix team, and they actually connect the pass. Oh my goodness, Team Flash. These guys are soccer players in real life. A clean round 2 for them.
Byro Reforged, that was the team that was, is so good when it came to Brawl Ball in Season 1 of the ESL Mobile Challenge for Brawl Stars. This time it looks like CZK and Team Flash, they want to take that title of being the best team out there on Brawl Ball. Let's see if or not they can get that done, because that was just close to perfection, Husky.
Yeah, that was just perfect. Again, the Rosa, a lot of impact with the super. Most importantly, they coordinated it so well, right? The passes were on point. Unfortunately for Kix team, this time they just could not stop Team Flash from getting the goals in. Definitely not as close as round number 1. I mean, Team Flash is stepping it up.
I want to see more from Kix, because if it continues on this sort of a trajectory, it's going to be an easy 3-0 for Team Flash. and I technically don't get to see this side has managed to, annihilate Icebond, right? I'm still curious to see that version of Team Kicks and Kicks team, and I think they're just holding out on me, man. I think that they're waiting for a reverse sweep situation. Maybe they're setting it up. Maybe they just want to be that sort of a team in the competition where they want to be counted out early and they want to make those tremendous comeback, late in the competition or maybe late within the sets itself. I want to wish and hope that that is true, Husky. But do you think that that is a possibility based on their current performance?
No, not really. I had to be realistic. I don't think so. But I mean, Kicks team, they're gonna switch up the lineup again. They have the Bell, the M's, and they also spike. And I like the spike for Kicks team, right? Some decent area control, decent poke, but you cannot concede control to Team Flash. Look at Bara, he almost takes out Orca, but thankfully Vex was able to send the ball away from Kicks team's side of the field. He's gonna buy a bit of time for themselves. Now it's completely in the corner, but CZK, with the help of God Bara's speed boost, is gonna just retrieve the ball. And Team Flash just trying to push Kicks team backwards, but good snipe from Vex. That is gonna slow down Team Flash.
I was just about to say Bara was having, one of the best plays of his life moments before he got snuffed out. There you go, the guy comes out crying because of exactly that. He was playing that so well. And now Wiggly Spoo, beautiful play, manages to snuff down Okra. And Vex is going to be suffering. The pass goes up forth by God Bara. CZK should be able to finish this off. Vex under a lot of pressure. Stitch now brings the ball back, puts it in a corner to allow his team member to come right back into the match. But CZK stepping up forth, and this might just be all over. Vex is just holding back, waiting for Stitch to spawn right back. Like, that's the lifeline that Kicks team needed, and they will be able to survive for another minute in this matchup.
Thankfully, the members of Kicks team respawned just in time, so Team Flash couldn't score that goal, and good snipe from Orca to take out CZK. They finally killed the Rosa, and Kicks team, just like that, with the ball in the corner, they've gotten control of the map. But because they do not have the ball with them, this is going to be kind of a stalemate between two teams. And for Team Flash, they're now boxed in. So you can see that Kicks team, they're not thinking about trying to score just now. They don't mind going for the overtime as long as they keep Team Flash at bay. As Stitch himself is doing a fantastic job against Wiggly, especially when you have two Vex, two M's, in the game. So kind of a mirror matchup, I would say. 12 seconds left, we're gonna get that extra time for sure.
Let's see if or not Vex will be able to aggress up forth. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, 0-0. And now, let's see exactly what Team Flash has as we move on into overtime. And all of a sudden, they pop off. Stitch really low on that HP. CZK actually gets dropped first. Wiggly Spoo out of the equation as well. God Bara, the guy who could not hold it together early on in this matchup. Is he going to be able to defend? Yes, he does. And enough time for CZK to come right back through. Wiggly Spoo now with so much of aggression up forth in the midsection of that map is trying to hold back all of those players from Kicks team. Enough time for Godmara to come right back through, push that ball up into the corner, and now the plan for the side of Team Flash is to take those shots one after the other against Kicks team. One final second goal maybe as Wiggly Spoo backs away. The pass to Godmara fails as he gets taken out of the equation. 15 seconds on the clock. Team Flash, are they gonna lose this? Yes! As Kicks scores that goal!
Kicks team, they slowly inch forward, they push Team Flash back, and they get the kill at the end. I mean, Team Flash, they had a good idea of how to deal with it, right? They wait until overtime, and the first thing they did, Max Super, Rosa Shield, run straight at Kicks team, but they killed CZK off. That was the big thing. That was the window for Kicks team to strike back, and with that knockout, they just got full control of the map. So they're not out just yet. They're able to keep themselves alive for one more round, but that round was super close.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate for the side of Team Flash that CZK dropped a little bit early. Partially his fault as well. The guy went in straight for the jump. He was wide open, getting taken down by 3 players all at the same time. And it looks like that play, kind of panned out really, really well for them. Godbara, final player in that 3-on-1 matchup. I'm quite surprised from where he was when we opened up the series between Team Flash as well as Kick's team. He seems to have taken those first few rounds. He started off a little shaky. He now is on his God mode version already. And I think that if he continues this sort of a performance, Team Flash should be able to win all of these matches hands down. But here's the situation. Kick's team, they took that final goal. Are they going to keep the hope alive, Husky?
They will. I think there's definitely a chance. Although, again, I feel like Team Flash is definitely the strongest team overall. But I want to see Kick's team, put up a decent fight, right? And they've done just that. That is the first step to 2 more rounds. No, at least they get 1 more chance. But this is round 4. Team Flash, they made some adjustments. They bring out the Barley this time. So immediately they already got from long range CZK. It scores the first goal.
Come on, Team Flash. Give them a break. Oh, look at the barrage on towards the right-hand side, demolishing all of the defense that Wiggly's Poo has. Surprising, because I thought they would want to focus onto CZK first. And maybe the push on for CZK moving onto the left-hand side of the map might have just been the game changer, because the guy is, he has got all of the defense to work with. Wiggly's Poo is going to be suffering a little. And now with Godbara taken out of that equation, Wiggly's Poo should have gotten taken down. But the fact of the matter is Kick's team did not pull that off, and Wiggly's still alive. Finally, as Wex snuffs him out, it's just a little bit too late because Godbara is there for the backup. But now as Godbara goes down as well, it is that opportunity for Kicks to take this goal.
Oh man, Stitch tried a good attempt, but now the ball sent into the corner by Wiggly. Kick's team, they would really get those coordinated kills to get the ball back, but Stitch, he's trapped and he's down. There's still 1 minute and 5 seconds to work with, so Kick's team can formulate a plan, but they need to execute it as soon as possible.
Yeah, 1 minute, in Brawl Stars is equivalent to literally like 1 whole hour. The pace of this match so fast. 1 minute's a lot of time for either side to make a play now, and it's all in the hands of Kick's team. Team Flash, they have the ball on their corner, and they are just focusing on snuffing out their opponents. But if they go in for such an aggressive push up forth, are they going to be able to win this game? The answer is yes, because Kicks, they've not scored a goal at all. Time is all Flash needs to play, and it looks like Kicks is just getting suckered in to backing up deep into their half, and this is just a game over coming in from the ex-champion Sasuke.
Yeah, I mean, Team Flash, 100 see anything that Kick's team can do. Good step up from Team Flash. That body pick was a huge factor, but also the M's, and this is just Team Flash playing a way cleaner game compared to the previous rounds. They're gonna take this second set again at 3-1. That's gonna put Team Flash up 2-0 in this best of 5.
One more opportunity for Kick's team to show us that yesterday was no fluke, because we got to put this back into perspective. They took down Icebond. They took down They took down the second most supreme team within the ESL Mobile Challenge for Brawl Stars. And they can't take down Team Flash. This seems to be, I wouldn't say dodgy, but a little unfortunate for Team Kicks, because the hype was there, man. I'm looking to jump onto this hype train as well. And here we have one final set for Team Kicks to prove to us that hype train is real, Husky.
Yeah, I think for Icebond, it definitely came as a surprise, right? I don't think anyone expected Kick's team to beat Icebond in such a convincing manner. But for Team Flash, again, Kick's team, if they win some rounds, that's good enough. Yeah. But to beat Team Flash, realistically, it's close to impossible, at least for now. Just judging by how good Team Flash has been so far. So next up is going to be Gem Grab. Perhaps it's going to be a closer round for these two teams. Maybe Kicks team can pull a curveball once more, and take a couple of rounds away from Team Flash.
I want that to happen, man. I want that to happen because I want to see the side that beat Icebond, and I want to see exactly how they managed to pull that off, and if they had what it took to perhaps take down one of the most supreme teams within the Brawl Stars challenge itself or ESL or mobile challenge. Maybe they might be able to get it done. And, in the most spectacular of fashions, a reverse sweep. It seems impossible based on those first two sets. But anything, I guess, is possible when you drop into Brawl Stars. As long as your composition is solid, you can survive out there. These matches, they end super duper fast. Team Flash won't even know what hit them. But I guess the biggest question here is still whether or not Team Kicks can deliver just like they delivered yesterday, Husky. And I've got my fingers crossed, man.
Yeah, me too. We'll see how this pans out though. I mean, Gem Grab is a different ball game, right? We saw how Zeta Division dealt with Crazy Raccoon with their strat, and I'm sure Team Flash has their own way of playing this as well. Of course, you're seeing God Bara able to dash away on that max last second before going down. CZK on the Rico once more. Wiggly's Pool will be on the Tara. They will throw out the shadows as Kicks team. They really want to contest the middle part. They have Genie on Stitch, Rico on Orca, as Orca to take a Wiggly's Pool, and also Tara as well. So the only difference is God Bara Max and Stitch Genie. So far, Kicks team, they have 3 gems. It's the same as what Team Flash has, but look at Team Flash. They're really trying to pressure Kicks team.
And it looks like that pressure is going to be very well worth it. At the end of the day, God Bara with the 4 gems on his side is going to be matched up by Stitch, who manages to pull in that final second aggression. But Wiggly Spoo now trying to catch that flank, and he should not be able to take down Orca from that position. But if Orca makes one mistake, that's just going to be game over. But instead, he does things right. So much of pressure onto Wiggly Spoo, who has to back away. But a lot of that pressure has just allowed Kicks team to pick up their 7th gem, and now Team Flash, are they going to be able to go in for that aggressive push? Because God Bara, one more shot against Stitch. If he can do it, no, he does not, allowing Kicks team to pick up gem number 9, and they might just start the countdown in 3, 2, and 1. Let's go.
Bara is going to use his super. Can he really beat out Orca? The bounce is there, but Orca wins out the fight. They also take out Wiggly's Pool. Yeah, Kicks team, they definitely got round 1. Team Flash, unfortunately, not able to do too much in that situation. They needed to win those individual fights, but that was not the case. Kicks team, good round 1.
Great round 1 in comparison to how they've been doing against Team Flash so far. And it looks like Stitch was just so untouchable, right? But once again, consistency, I guess, is key, even in Brawl Stars. As we step on into the next matchup, I want to see a little bit more of that from Team Kicks. Team Flash, on the other hand, they did not look like they were trying that hard. CZK, if anything, just held on to that bottom low left-hand corner, and he did not aggress up the map all that too much. And this could just be that sucker punch Team Flash is setting up a Kicks team for, which I hope they are looking out for in terms of, just kind of getting stuck in this trap that's being set up, Husky.
Yeah, and again, it would be a great story to tell if Kicks team was able to upset Team Flash, right? It's literally beating the world champions. That round 1 was definitely amazing for Kicks team, just because of how they handled the situation. They had the Genie pick. I'm not sure if the Genie was the biggest X factor, but I do know that they were just winning those fights. And when it came down to Brawl Stars, winning fights is always going to be important. Yeah. Team Flash, though, I expect them to switch a bit. Perhaps they'll ditch the Rico. They'll ditch the Rico or the Max and go for someone else. Again, maybe the Rosa, someone that can frontline, or someone that can fight at long range. The Brock, we saw Colonel Ruffs by Zeta Division early on. So plenty of choices for Team Flash to consider.
Yeah, I think playing the roughs here would potentially give them a lot of defense, right? Especially if you want to take that right-hand side flank. It seems really, really viable. And if you are able to just pull off a little bit of extra distraction with that, defense that you have, maybe it might be enough. But, that's just going to be a cheese to pull away 1 or 2 gems to your side. Team Flash they kind of need to step it up way more than just, 1 or 2 tremendous plays from a couple of those brawlers. They need to step it up all the way because it looks like Kick's team has gotten that momentum finally. And I hope that is for real, man. And unlike what we saw earlier on where Crazy Lagoon, we thought they were getting the momentum, but snuffed out quite quickly right after that, Husky. That happened to them.
And instead of the Rico, CTK is going to be on the Genie, and yeah, I'm fine with that. For the side of Kick's team, it seems like it's going to be a Tara, Genie, and Ember. So this Ember can provide a lot of pressure up close, but unfortunately the Ember just went down. That means Team Flash, with that death on the side of Kick's team, will be able to exert their control again in the center part. There's no skills to destroy those terrains, those fences, so it's not going to be easy for both teams to just beeline into the point, and that's why they are being really strategic with it. Vex is going to kill off his counterpart, also forces God Barra away, leaving CZK all alone. But Team Flash, they do have more of the gems. It's 7-4, so they still have some time to work with.
Oh, Wiggly Spoo was so instrumental to protect Godbara in that final second and manages to drop Wex out of the equation as well. What a play coming through from Team Flash so far. And with Wiggly Spoo winning that fight on that left-hand corner of that map, it allows Godbara to start that countdown. Beautiful opportunity. Vex still alive, able to ask some questions, but CZK will be there for the defense, and Team Flash might as well have gotten the win already. This looks like it's game over, Husky.
Yeah, I mean, Kick's team is so unfortunate. They threw out the last gravity and the gravity missed. Not sure if it would have made too big of a difference, but the fact that it was dodged by the max was just incredible. So Team Flash, once more, you push them a bit. They strike back hard. They've equalized the series, and just to remind everyone that Team Flash is leading this best of 5. 2-0. Right, they lost their first round. No, in the set, they're gonna win the series anyways.
I don't know, Husky, because the way things are looking right now, it's just all out Team Flash. Kick's team has not been able to kick that confidence of the ex-champions any down lower, and this just looks like it might just be the final round in the Gem Fort in this series itself. Unfortunate. I wanted to jump onto the hype train. It looks like Kick's team is not letting us do that just yet. Now, I don't know if or not it's just that special sauce that maybe Kick's team has against the Japanese team. Maybe they've been focusing on the 2 top dogs, and maybe they have those exact strats to take down those 2 top dogs. I mean, because if that's what it is, I'm happy. I'm happy to have Kick's team to be in the competition to do exactly that.
Yeah, and then of course they have a lot more to prove against a team like Team Flash. I feel like if you compare Team Flash to Icebond, Team Flash are just on another level of their own. Not to say that Icebond, it suddenly goes down in ranking, but I think Team Flash is just overall better, right? At least at the start of the league, before we see those two Team Flash clash with Icebond, I can confidently say that Team Flash is just a better team overall. The numbers are checked out. But, for Kick's team, if they can draw a bit more blood, I'm going to be happy with that. Round number 4, Genie, Max, and the Tara for Kick's team. And it's the same for Team Flash. We get a mirror matchup.
Round number 4, right? Not round number 3, right? So it should be a 2-1?
Is it round number 4? I'm confused.
I swear to God, man.
No, it's round number 3. It's round number 3. Yeah. The Kick's team won the first round. Team Flash won the second. Yeah, it's round number 3.
Okay. Okay,
Yeah.
fair enough, fair enough. Whenever we drop into Brawl Stars, that's always my problem. Finding out exactly how many number of rounds we have and which number of round are we in. But beautiful plays coming through from the side of Team Flash, snuffing out Kicks team one after the other. Stitch now with a deep in-wait from that left-hand side is actually going to put on all of that pressure onto CZK, but nothing comes out of it as Wiggly Spoo wins his battle yet again.
Yeah, I mean, he's keeping CZK corner, but the thing is, that corner is a safe corner. There's no way he can shoot CZK. He's keeping CZK at bay, but in a bigger scheme of things, they need to win out those fights. And the good gravity from Wiggly as well is going to take out his counterpart. And with that, Wiggly is able to go for the flank. And now Max uses the super, tries to run towards the center. Kicks team. They do get a bit more control. They do get a couple of gems in their favor, but they're still not able to kill out the members of Team Flash. And this is going to be huge because Orca, he has been sniped out. That's going to force Stitch all the way away. And CDK is going to walk forward. Do be careful of the Genie special, the Genie super, as Team Flash already started the countdown. They need to stop it, and they can do so if they take out CZK. But Kicks team, they do not have the vision. They're running forward. They're buying time. The gravity comes out to delay it. And Stitch, he's going to throw some shots, but Godbara blocks it with his bare body. And Team Flash will win the second round in this best of 5.
CZK is just a crazy player out there on the battlefield. The guy has... I'm a huge fan of CZK. I love it whenever he steps out there and he plays any one of these brawlers. He's just so mechanically sound. And you're right, man. He held on to a tight corner, and that was the perfect position for him to hold on to. He knows his maps really well. He's going to be absolutely untouchable. And if at all, anyone who's taking the shots up against him from that left bush steps out of their safe zone to be able to get a good angle on him, he's going to be able to fire straight back up against them, right? And CZK, he was waiting for that exact opportune moment. Lucky for his opponent, that didn't really happen that much. They were playing it quite safe as well, which turned out to be quite the detriment for Team Kicks, didn't it, Husky?
Yeah, it definitely did. I mean, Team Flash, again, winning out those fights. I like the idea from, I believe, Vex to pin down CZK in that corner.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, it's just not enough, right? You still need to get the gems to pin him down, but they didn't get control of the center, and you're losing fights on the side of on the side lanes as well. Now Team Flash, they're leading 2-1. One more round, and they get a 3-0 sweep in the series.
Yeah, if anything, they should have been putting so much more pressure onto the player that was playing mid, right? They shouldn't have been focusing on CZK at all. CZK's main responsibility was to protect the guy who's picking up all of those gems. And the fact of the matter is, he was holding on to that corner. No pressure at all can be placed on him. But if they had taken those shots up against Godbara instead, it would have easily forced CZK to step out of his defense, because now he has to throw himself in between Godbara and all of those shots. Godbara gets popped in that mid segment there. It's potentially all over for Team Flash. Very interesting coming in from Kicks team, but I feel like they're focusing on the wrong player. I still think Godbara needs to be target number 1. CZK may be target number 2.
Perhaps so. They have definitely not been putting as much attention as you would have liked to. But again, it's not as easy as it seems. Right? I think the members of Kicks team are doing their utmost best, and they're at the best. But Team Flash, they are quick to adapt to those situations, and it became really hard for Kicks team to consistently put up those results. And now they're in the back foot. This is the tougher match for Kicks team for sure. I mean, yesterday they kind of won. So this is kind of their first real challenge in season 2 for the ESL Mobile Open. And I'm liking it so far. Even if Kicks team loses this, I wouldn't mind.
Well, neither would I, right? I don't really mind, but I'm still curious, man. I want to see the version of Kicks that is able to take down Icebond, because that just makes them sound so much more cooler. Godbara, this time the right amount of pressure is being placed on him by Orca, but unfortunately that's the only player with all of that pressure. Stitch is taking that fight up against CZK in that midsection. Vex is very busy with Wiggly Spoo, and now a 2-on-1 situation falls down. Godbara still stays strong as CZK, his trusted defender, is putting on so much of pressure, making sure they don't step up. Godbara's doing his very own in terms of all of those crazy gameplays. Mechanically, he's just avoiding each and every single shot sent towards him, Husky.
Yeah, CZK, he's playing all those corners perfectly. They can't really get to him, and Godbara is already up to 8 gems. CZK is definitely going to lose his life. Orca has his super. If he can grab Godbara, they can turn this around in an instant. So you can see Godbara, he's backing off. He's conceding the middle ground to Kick's team because they are up by 9 gems. So there's plenty of time for Team Flash to regroup themselves and to go in for the last one, to go in for the kill. They don't really have to worry too much. Wiggly's pool, he has the super to work with as well. The grab from Orca actually goes wide, so there's no more super from Kick's team for the Genie. They're gonna throw in the gravity. It misses, but it doesn't matter because Team Flash, they found that opening, and Kick's team, they needed to pull Godbara. They needed to grab someone, but missing that just basically means the Kick's team have ran out of gas. They have nothing left in the tank, and Team Flash will shut this show down. It's a 3-0 victory in this best of 5 set.
Ay, 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 ay. What a play, what a victory. 3-0, easy peasy, lemon squeezy for the side of Team Flash as they pull their W in here against Team Kicks, against Kicks team. Now, it's a little unfortunate that we did not get to jump onto that bandwagon, that I didn't get to jump onto the bandwagon behind Kicks team, but I feel like they might have been going in here a little bit outmatched, outclassed from the get-go. They step into match number 1. Not to say that they didn't try. They tried, man. Team Flash just figuring out their plays in a matter of a couple of seconds. And the response from Team Flash round after round, match after match in each and every single one of these sets, absolutely crazy. And I don't blame Kick's team for losing it at all, Husky. It's just impossible to touch Team Flash the way they are right now.
I remember when the series started, I said this feels like the same series. Like, it gives the vibe of Zeta Division against Crazy Lagoon. Yeah, we want the Kicks team to draw more blood, but realistically, it is not that easy, right? I think a lot of people will agree that Team Flash is going to win regardless. Same as the first set, where the better team, where you have one team just outclassing the other. But Kicks team, they did have their moments, and it's something that they should be proud of.
You know, in game number 1, it felt like Kick's team had, I guess, a sliver of an opportunity because this was that play which I felt like I wanted to believe in them a little bit more, right? They went in there for the full-on aggression. They took out the save from Team Flash, but that was pretty much the only time they had a tremendous play on their side. Apart from that, it was just all-out Team Flash, Husky.
Yeah, and even then, I mean, Team Flash shows such good synergy, right? Especially, I think, on Brawl Ball. That was my favorite set of this best of 3, simply because of how Team Flash handled things. The way that they just, stick the landing. Look at this. I mean, CZK doesn't even care if 3 guys are shooting at him. He just runs it down mid. And they just do it again and again and again. Kick's team, they did come pretty close, but it wasn't enough.
Yeah. And I really, really love the fact that they were able to win at the very least that very final fight. But moving into the extra time, it was just untouchable, unviable for them to turn things around. And of course, the third matchup, which we dropped into, their final chance to make a way or a comeback in here, that seemed to just go one-sided all the way through. Team Flash just dominating it from the get-go, Husky.
Yeah, they just completely show us a different class of Brawl Stars. Again, for Kick's team, this is definitely, I wouldn't say rude awakening, but this does prepare them for what's to come, right? We literally have ex-world champions, and even then, for season 1, Team Flash, with that reputation, still fell to Zeta Division. So a lot of things can happen, right? There have been upsets, there have been expected results, but most importantly, the competitiveness is definitely there. We are starting to see a glimpse of the hierarchy between all of these teams. We can confidently put Zeta Division and Team Flash, at the upper echelon, but it's just playday number 2. There's more to come.
Yeah, and we might have an interview segment coming up. If we do, we probably might be speaking to CZK. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are on standby for a little bit more of an update from production. In the meantime, Husky, was there any part of time within that matchup where you felt like, Kick's team could turn things around?
I probably Brawl Ball was the best chance. I think Brawl Ball was probably the mode where Kick's team had the best opportunity. That and maybe Heist. I don't know. I feel like their strength definitely benefits them when it comes down to Heist as well. But for Brawl Ball, that's definitely where they could have had the biggest opportunity. But even then, it didn't work out.
Yeah, I agree with you, right? And on Brawl Ball, where I have to agree that they had the better opportunity, that was the place where we saw Team Flash literally step it up even further, right? The connection, the communication, the synergy between each and every single one of those members from the side of Team Flash, just way too good. Those passes were pitch perfect and the goals were just a little bit too easy. They make it look super duper easy, but as Husky has been saying all of this while, it's not as easy as it seems. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, on that note, you know what? Let's ask CZK himself. Let's jump on in to that interview segment, Husky.
And hello, CZK. Welcome on board for the interview. First of all, congratulations on your first, you guys, for that first official victory, excluding what happened yesterday. How is the mood right now for the team? How is Team Flash feeling after taking out Kick's team?
We are feeling much relief because they are one of the top teams in Singapore and one of the top teams in this tournament in general. So we managed to take them down and got like the DQ win. It's kind of sad we got a DQ win from Zeta yesterday, but it's a good feeling for us.
Quite honestly, at the moment, you guys are 2-0. The fact of the matter is, Kick's team, they managed to take down Icebond yesterday. What was your response, or how did you guys feel after that, knowing that you have to face them today? Were you guys expecting anything? Did it go the way you expected it? Were your plans, on point, or did you guys just go in and just do your usual, or was there a specific strategy that you took against them?
We were not very shocked actually, because we know that KX is a very good team, and Icebond also is a very good team, but KX just played better that day. And I mean, there weren't any strategies going into it. We just plan our usual stuff, and then we just play our best going into the games. Yeah, and it worked out for us today.
Yeah, so just to rewind the clock a bit, right? I know you just mentioned that it is kind of sad that you guys were not able to get that kind of rematch against Zeta Division. But on that very note, when you guys came into season 2, right? Was there any expectations on the back of your shoulders? Obviously, you guys had ex-world champions on that roster as well. Is the pressure, more intense, or is just like any other normal tournaments that you guys are participating in?
I mean, pressure, it's always good to have pressure over there, but expectations, we expect at least top 3, but we don't want to jinx it, anything, we just play our best every single game, just going into it. So yeah, probably top 3, if I were to say.
Well, CZK, I'm pretty sure we'll have many, many more conversations with you throughout this whole competition. So one quick opportunity here for you, my friend. Any shout outs that you have for your fans who are watching right now?
Shout out to everyone that is supporting us, and we will do our best to perform well. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time, CZK,
right.
And we wish you guys all the best in the rest of this competition.
Thank you.
Cheers, buddy. Cheers.
All right.
Thank you.
There you go, Husky.
Very humble, I was expecting a bit more oomph. Like we're here with the and we're here to take revenge against Zeta, but it's fine.
You'll get used to it.
Yeah.
CZK can win the whole of this competition, and his demeanor will probably still be the same.
He'll win the whole thing and be like, yeah, we actually expect the top 3, right? But it's good.
He came into your top 3, and he got the victory. Some USD.
Didn't expect to win, but
feels good. But that's exactly what I love about Team Flash, right, Husky? They go into things, and at times it's a little bit frustrating that they go in and they're not faced at all with their competition, right? And not frustrating for us, it's exciting for us, it's frustrating for any one of their opponents. And here Team Kicks is like, dude, we just beat the living life out of Icebond, and you came in here without any plans whatsoever, and they without plans they still got that victory. Perfect victory, as I have to say, Husky.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, great for Team Flash, right? Again, it's good to have pressure. They did not expect like immediate win, but they have a target, right? Top 3 it is. There's still a long journey for these teams, and of course, there's still a lot more games coming up for Playday number 2. We are just done with our second best of 5, and I believe we have 2 more coming up, right, AJ?
Absolutely. Well, we're going to take a quick short break. When we come back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's going to be the team that puts my tongue in a twist, Asphyxia, taking on Lil Moya G. Husky and I will be right back.
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the wait's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
What is up, fellow brawlers? This is the ESL Mobile Open Brawl Stars Challenges Season 2. We are back for more action, and my name is Husky, joined by the Mustachio AJ. And right off the bat, we have some news for you guys. It was supposed to be a Fixia taking on Lil Moyaji, but due to some unfortunate circumstances for Fixia, they will not be able to make it. So it's a default win for Lil Moyaji. I was super excited for this, but fear not, we still have one more best of 5. We're going to progress straight towards, it's going to be Icebond taking on Covalence Reform.
I am disappointed that I don't get to see Lil Moya G in action. Asphyxia after the hype. Dude, you've set up so much of hype for me today, man. And I came in here excited. And I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing it. And now I wanted to see if Asphyxia and they're not even playing today. Lil Moya G gets that win default. Icebond, Covalence Reform. I don't know if I can find a little bit of the action that I want to see in there, because we know the kind of strut that Covalence Reform has stepped on into. Icebond, on the other hand, they are a supreme force to be reckoned with. But I guess if Kick's team could get it done, Covalence should be able to pull it off as well, Husky?
Yeah, I think so far Covalence Reform has probably has the worst matches. I don't know if the worst matches is the best way to put it, right? But Covalence Reform didn't have their best sets yesterday. They took on Lil Moya G and they got absolutely rolled over. Like Lil Moya G gave them no space at all. And now they're taking on Icebond, or again, formerly known as Tropa Suprema, second best team from Japan. This is going to be a treat to watch. And Covalence Reform, I expect them to struggle, but I'm also looking forward to what they have to bring to the table.
Tropa Suprema, what they used to be known as last time, they were dominant, but as Icebond, they are looking to step on in here and absolutely decimate their opponents. But it didn't happen yesterday. Aaron, Drohe, Molneko, as well as Arotan jumping on in here this time round, ladies, German boys and girls. Whether or not they will be able to trample all over Covalence Reform, yet to be seen. Byron, Max, Gene, their top picks, their top bans, Ash, as well as Buzz. You'll definitely agree with this one, SK.
Yeah, 100%. I think we are seeing. We only saw Ash once yesterday, and it wasn't the best Ash game. That round was a loss. So far, Ash picked once, lost the game. I agree with Buzz. I feel like between Byron and Buzz, they both have the equal amount of impact, and you kind of have to pick your poison, right? Given the fact that everyone is banning out Ash. Buzz himself has a lot of. It's very easy to charge his super, just because as long as you're within that area of effect, the vicinity, he's going to charge his super up, and that hook can really turn the tides around. But this will be the challenger for Icebond, Covalence Reform, Roses, awfully bad, and T-Raz. They struggled yesterday against Lil Moya G, and it wasn't a pretty sight, at least for Covalence Reform supporters. But let's see if they have picked up anything from yesterday's set, and if they can at least draw some blood from Icebond.
Yeah. Lil Moya G, Japanese team. When I see Japan, Brawl Stars, yeah, I run the other way, right? So, anyone who takes them on, I don't know if or not we can, I guess, judge the true depth of Covalence Reform based on just that one matchup yesterday. But now you throw them into another matchup, guess what? Japanese once again. So I understand where you're coming from when you say that, they don't really have the best lineup of matches in here for themselves at the start of the competition. From difficult, it's just going to get extremely difficult here from Covalence Reform, and I do not have much hope for them as they take on Icebond. But that is the best situation to be in because you're the underdog, and sometimes the underdogs, they prevail, Husky.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a lesson that Fixia taught us yesterday against Crazy Lagoon. But with that being said, let's take a look at the banned brawlers. Ash banned by both teams, and Icebond, they banned the Bow, and Covalence Reform, they banned the Brock. It's about time we get the Rocket Man out of the game. But it also opens up the Byron for Icebond, and you bet when Byron is on the table, they are going to grab it. It's good to see Bow out though. I'm surprised that we didn't see any Bow today. It has been it was a very popular pick yesterday.
And with Bo out of the equation this time around, Covalence Reform, I guess they will not be too phased at all. I mean, we saw them in action coming through in the second planes for Brawl Stars, and they were so dominant. Pyro Reform, the team that were so convincing in season 1, they got broken down. They had a bit of a replacement in there, took that matchup. Could not make it through, and this was the team that moved on in to this stage, right? The ESL Mobile Challenge, and they're kind of understanding that it's a whole different ball game in here. Hopefully, they'll be able to turn things around against Icebond. But once again, Husky, as the second best team that we've seen from season 1, hopes might be pretty low.
It's not gonna be easy. I feel like this has been a recurring conversation today, right? We get one overwhelming team against the other, and it's always, I don't think it's gonna happen. It's gonna be really hard. Realistically, that's the case. But Covalence Reform, because they are the team so far that haven't been able to prove themselves too much, I feel like this match, regardless of who they're up against, in this case, Icebond, it's going to be very important because they need to make a statement.
Yeah.
Sure, you can say it's play day number 2, but think about it, they only get to play against every other team once in this round robin. Once the day is done, no more Icebond unless those two meet in the playoffs. And do you really want to wait for that finals chance? To get there, you have to prove that you are worthy, right? So they had to start somewhere.
And I think this is a really good place to start, although I think they themselves will disagree. Once again, like you've clearly pointed out, their matchup at the start of this competition, not to be jealous of at all. Lil Moya G, and then straight up you've got Icebond in here today, from difficult, more difficult, and now. But if they can overcome this particular challenge, just like what Kick's team has already done yesterday, maybe they might be able to punish Icebond. One very interesting thing is that Icebond, although they were the second best team in Season 1, they still had to go through the planes. They did not automatically qualify through as the top 2 teams within the ladders. And I think that actually says a lot. Maybe that could play a role in Covalence Reform getting the W here, Husky?
Yeah, it could be, but it also says a lot about how good Icebond is, right? They're like, didn't directly qualify, no problem.
Yeah.
We'll fight through the stages once more. And here they are.
They did.
Second best team. The reputation still stands. They prove that. I mean, if there's one thing about a good team, is that they can consistently put numbers on the board, and Icebond definitely has done that, right? Qualified, direct seeding or not, they will still make it here one way or the other. Now, to them, it's probably an easier matchup on paper, but if Covalence Reform watch that series between Icebond and Kick's team, maybe they can take a couple of pages out of Kick's team's playbook and apply it against Icebond.
I am looking forward to seeing that happening, right? Covalence Reform, you know me, Husky. Once again, you and I, we've now traveled through a couple of titles. It's all about the underdog play, right? It's always the more exciting fight, the exciting side to bet on. And if Covalence Reform actually manages to show a solid place in here today, I think it will be well worth it for both you and me and the audience, since we've already missed the third series. Asphyxia unfortunately taking a L because they were not able to show up in a full squad, giving Lil Moya G the default victory in here. Icebond versus Covalence Reform, do you have a prediction?
You really want to hear my prediction?
In terms of numbers, in terms of sets.
I think Icebond's gonna win all 3 sets. I don't think we will get a game 4. I'm sorry, I don't think we'll get a game 4. I am not underestimating Covalence Reform, but again, you know, it just, this matchup is pretty lopsided, right? I think Icebond should be able to take all 3 sets. Even if we don't get a game 4, maybe Covalence Reform can bring it close, but closing out the set is another beast that Covalence Reform has not been able to show us. Just based on what we saw yesterday against Lil Moya G, you can tell that Covalence Reform is just not as ferocious, I would say.
Yeah, and I guess they're not hungry yet. I'm looking for a way to hype this team up, right? Because I didn't think they would make it through to the ESL Mobile Challenge. I'm sorry, Covalence Reform, but based on their performance, through the play-ins, I didn't really have a lot of hope for them, Husky. But these guys, they proved me wrong. They made it in here. They put on quite the performance in there, and they fought each and every single set series that they had through the nail, taking the fight up against Icebond. I'm expecting them to bring in the exact same ferocity. Hopefully, maybe push it into match number 4. I just want to see bot drop. I just want to see Siege. Can anyone detect that just yet? Maybe if they win Sneaky Feels, man. You know exactly how Brawl Ball can break down sometimes. Chaos out there. Maybe they can catch Icebond off guard here. I don't know. I'm gonna go onto the Covalence Reform bandwagon here, and I've got my fingers crossed for them, man.
It's okay. I don't blame you. You know, again, everyone loves a good underdog story. I'm gonna be the realistic guy today. I feel like across these few months, all the broadcasts I've been on, I have not had good luck with my prediction. Whatever teams that I support, they all fall. But this is the time that I get it correctly, and I'm gonna go for Icebond. But right off the bat, we see decent trades coming up from both teams. Arotan's gonna be taken out by T-Res. But Icebond has been able to do 10% in terms of damage on the save of Covalence Reform, and it is going to come back swinging. In fact, Mofi is going to have the bell in his hands, and so far Icebond, they're doing well. So today it seems like Covalence Reform, they're a bit more prepared, but let's see if they can take out Icebond.
Oh, this is the beauty, and now T-Res as well as Roses, they should be able to take Ryohei out of the equation, but T-Res unable to get that final shot nailed, and Ryohei steps right back up with the pressure onto Roses. T-Res opportunity does not take that one. Stylish Arotan, on the other hand, will be able to put that pressure on, and this is the opportunity for Icebond to aggress on forth. The damage onto the safe now, being down 89 to 91. It's still close. Roses should be able to make a play from the right-hand side.
Yeah, and this is going to be slightly different, at least for Icebond, because today Aaron is not playing. We see Mofi is gonna step in and be in his shoes, and he's trying to inch his way towards the safe of Covalence Reform, but to no avail. In fact, Icebond, they are playing such a dangerous game. Sure, they were able to sneak towards the safe of Covalence Reform, but they also leave their own safe open. We can see that they are pumping a bit of damage in, courtesy of Ryohei, and that's going to keep T-Res at bay. So this is pretty good for Icebond if they can continue doing so, but you can see T-Res, he's going to switch his attention. They really want to put some damage onto the save of Icebond. T-Res on that coat, you can redo insane amount of damage if you land all your shots, but as the clock ticks down, it seems like Icebond's effort has paid off. It seems like the flank from Ryohei is going to pay off dividends. I don't think Covalence Reform is going to keep up. Ryohei is still going on. And Icebond, they're going to take round 1.
I see exactly what T-Res as well as Roses had in mind there. They find out that they cannot take down Ryohei. We found out exactly how powerful Ryohei is in so many of these instances in the past. Stepping up into a one-on-one fight, absolutely untouchable. The guy actually makes a decision to run up across the field. He thinks that has better odds for him. Running up across the field, potentially ending up in another brawl with another champion out there, and taking his chances with the save rather than focusing on making sure, number one, Ryohei does not damage his save and snuffing Ryohei out. Why?
What a good call.
That in no way that bet could have turned out good.
Yeah, it was a super good call from the side of Icebond. They realized two things. One, Covalence Reform have no way to destroy terrain, and two, the Covalence Reform did not have brawlers that lobs projectile. So for Ryohei, as long as he doesn't die and he makes it to the back of the wall, it's completely safe. And the only way for Covalence Reform to flush him out is to have someone die, respawn, but that's gonna take a lot of time. And I think Covalence Reform were not willing to make that call to force a respawn, right? So at the end of the day, good shot calling from the side of Icebond. They take round 1 in a pretty cheeky manner. First time we've seen it. Let's cheers to more to see if Icebond can do it once more. Because Covalence Reform, they're gonna bring out a completely different lineup: Poco, Max, and BB. Sure, it looks great to frontline, but the problem is there is no long-range brawlers. Roses is the one with the longest range, but how are you gonna deal with and Rico at the same time? It feels so damn hard because Ryohei, what is this guy? He's already in the base of Covalence Reform.
Yeah, Ryohei is like, sir, you left your door open, sir, and he just steps in. So much of damage onto the safe right now. He's just running circles. T-Res is allowing him in. He's like, don't worry, Awfully Bad has got this in his hands. You can go and kill him instead. I want to focus on the rest of the players in the mid segment of the map. Icebond is walking all over the side of Covalence Reform, and Ryohei is just allowed to run rampant all around this field. I don't know if they will be able to make a comeback against Icebond here.
I'm sorry to say, I feel like Covalence Reform, they had the idea, but this is not the map to do so. If this was Brawl Ball, if this was Jam Grab, yes, I would understand why this lineup, the purpose of this lineup.
Yeah,
Because you are frontlining a lot, you are running into enemies, but when it comes to heist on this map that everyone is playing from long range, you're literally banking on that Max, pressing that super, getting everyone the green light to rush towards the save. They've done it so far. They managed to wipe Icebond, but look at the damage on that save. They were not able to do much. Awfully Bad control his body in front, and they need to pump in as much damage as they can. And so far, they've been making a lot of progress. Down to 41, 30 to 37. They're taking over, and Icebond is finally going to wipe them out. Roses also goes down. So Covalence Reform, they somehow managed to make it work, but can they do it a second time?
That's the problem. 35 seconds on the board. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Brawl Stars mode. Yeah, that's a lot of time. Look at that. Covalence Reform now onto the 30%. They have to aggress up fourth. Awfully Bad with a beautiful takedown onto Ryohei. Surprising as to Ryohei falling this late in that match. Morpy needs to be able to hold on. And a beautiful shot coming through. And it might have just been done. 13 seconds on the clock. And Covalence Reform might have been able to do this.
Just 1%. The super from the BB. Mofino! He gets the shot in! The final second! They let it stick through. The Pico cannot do it in time. Oh my goodness. Icebond, it came closer than expected, but Mofi, he just ran it down. He knew that the only way for him to make a difference is to get that one shot in there, and he was able to bring that damage through. I mean, I doubted the effectiveness of the draft, but Covalence Reform, they almost made it work. They just needed a bit more, and perhaps it could have been their round. I mean, even towards the very end, the BB super, that was perfect. They just needed to chip out the save, and they were able to do so, but 1% is just too small of a margin to secure a win.
Yeah, and and it was not down to that 1% at the end of the day because of exactly the kind of player Mopi is. It broke down into all-out chaos, and that was not a situation that Covalence Reform managed very well at all. They were taking those fights as long as, those were calculated fights. Okay, Icebond's just dancing this tango with us. We are following their rhythm. We just need to make sure they don't go in and grab that victory. Towards that very last moment when the chaos, just erupts, Covalence Reform totally loses the plot. Unfortunate for them. I don't blame them. Icebond is just that intimidating, right? And in that matchup, I was hopeful, man, and I thought they were about to get it done until Molfi happened.
Until Mofi happened. It came up pretty close. I'm not gonna lie. Covalence Reform showed some signs of life. But unfortunately, Icebond still won out that second round. So they're up 2-0 in this first set. One more round and we're gonna close out Heist. And probably this feels, even though they ran out the clock, but this still felt that it was a pretty fast round. Maybe because of how chaotic it was. But Icebond so far pretty solid on their Heist games.
Yeah, and I kind of like how Covalence Reformed is putting up a fight, but you are absolutely right, Husky. You hit, the nail on the head there, where that sort of a composition, I would have loved to see them drop into sneaky fields, because it would have been a game changer. If they can take those CQC, fights up against the side of Icebond, it would have been an absolute victory, but I feel like they've kind of shown their hand. And I don't know if or not this is because they kind of just like this composition. They're just comfortable playing it. And they felt like against a team like Icebond, they just needed to pull out the trump card. Because if they are going to be playing the exact same composition in sneaky fields as well, I think Icebond might be able to read them a little bit too quick. Covalence Reform, they're not doing themselves a lot of favors so far. Do you think their composition of taking those long-range attacks as well as fights is going to do them any better either way, though, Husky?
I think for Covalence Reform, perhaps they just kind of adjust the draft a bit more. I think I'm completely fine with what they had. Round 2 was very creative. It somehow worked out, but it all hinges on that one moment, right? If that one moment where everyone presses the super, the max leads the charge, and you have to make it work. They almost did, but when everything is on that one moment and it doesn't work out, you don't have any contingency plans to fall back on, and I think that's one of the biggest weakness, at least on Heist. So I think they could keep the element of the Poco, but they need someone to play at that long range.
I'm more concerned about the mechanical capabilities of the players from Covalence Reform, mainly because of how that fight broke out towards the very, very end of the previous match, right? As long as it was a slow pace, I'm going to take a shot at you, I'm going to see exactly how you respond. They were doing quite well. But once again, when the chaos ensued, when the full-on team brawl, just broke out there on the field, it was the side of Icebond that very, very easily manipulated the outcome of that fight onto their own side. They get those shots, and moving into a more direct play, I don't know of how Covalence Reform is going to be holding on to this matchup, because clearly there's a reason as to why they thought, okay, you know what? They're going in with a ranged attack. We're going to go in with all of our melee brawlers. Have one of these guys here with range. He should be able to keep that fight up. They actually almost pulled it off, which is quite shocking. So maybe they're onto something here, a little bit more of an adjustment. The question is, do they want to take that risk?
Yeah, and I think we'll definitely find out if they're willing to do it, right? Because so far for Icebond, they have cleaned it up in a very convincing manner. And for Covalence Reform, I feel like they need to, again, just readjust their priorities. And this is Brawl Ball. So Covalence Reform, let's see if they can at least show a bit of challenge. But they're bringing out the Rosa again. What we saw yesterday was Icebond's Kryptonite, but there's a B from the side of Covalence Reform, and they actually get the score in. That is not too bad.
Oh, that was with one of the most awesomest shots coming out of Roses that I've seen in quite a while that pulled off that clutch. I think that's an amazing goal coming through from Awfully Bad. They managed to turn. And if they can keep this play up, I think they should be able to pull this off, but unfortunately, they get T-Res taken out of the equation. Aaron should be able to snuff Roses as well. Molpy with a beautiful pass. Aaron does not take that shot as he foresees it being blocked. A beautiful pass to Molpy. What a play coming through from the Japanese side.
Yeah, now Aaron is in, Aerotan is not in. I mean, they are switching things around at M's from T-Res. M's going to use that super, and he actually sprays so much aerosol that Aaron went down. But can they get this in? It seems like they're trying to run it in. T-Res has done it. It gives him the thumbs down. Oh my goodness, Covalence reformed. All right, game is on. They take the first round against Icebond.
This is what I want. This is what I love to see. Covalence Reform really just stepping it up there. Throw those, throw those emojis out, those emotes. We want to see all of them because, if they can continue to keep the pace up, I have got no doubts whatsoever they will be able to bag Brawl Ball. This is, if anything, the best mode that I can see Covalence winning over Icebond. In the other modes, they are going to have quite a bit of a challenge.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that is just pure confidence in Covalence Reform. I guess the Rosa is still working out. Something that Icebond showed yesterday, and when it was used against them, they had no way to deal with it, which I think was the funniest thing about yesterday's set between them and Kick's team. So Covalence Reform finally drew that first round, and it made it look pretty simple and straightforward as well. This could be, an omen for better rounds for Covalence Reform. But you still cannot count Icebond out just yet. These guys are the second best team for a reason, and that one round is not gonna affect them too much.
I want to see it affect them. I want to see them mentally affected. I want to see Icebond pushed all the way to the brink where, we see them making multiple mistakes and maybe even losing one set. I want to see Covalence Reform, push them into such a position. And then, whether or not Icebond makes a comeback, that's where the drama is, right, Husky? This is going to be a play by Awfully Bad. At the moment, it seems to be awfully good. The guy's still holding on, goes in for an unfortunate push onto Molpy and pays for it as Aaron is there to ask that question. What a play.
Oh my god, that's the power of Max. He sees everyone down. He's like, alright guys, it's my turn. He just runs with the ball. There is a squeak on Aaron. It's the first squeak pick that we have for our play day so far. And so, okay, I mean it's a quick turnaround. I mean Icebond, they take no prisoners. Aaron is gonna score the second one. This is turning to be more interesting than I thought it would be.
Let's see if or not the story will continue at this pace. Roses picking the ball up. Very risky. Managing to stay alive. Awfully Bad shut down by Arotan. It's going to be T-Res all alive in here. Roses needs to be really careful. T-Res not much pressure at all. Should be able to take down Molpy. Does really well. Aaron going up against T-Res. Awfully Bad with the backup. They are not even able to take him down. It's just a back and forth between the two teams now, Husky.
What is this chaos? I mean, the squeak from Icebond is insane. Oh, here we go. The shield. And Roses, he has the speed burst to intercept the ball. Oh, at the last second, Awfully Bad, he needs throw hay there. And I think they got it. Is there enough time? Oh, there is. Wolfie's back up. Can he take on T-Res? No, he cannot. There's not enough damage. That's 2-0 for Covalence Reform.
Are you watching, Japan? Yep, that's exactly what Covalence Reformed is saying. They are here to take over, at least in Brawl Ball. And I absolutely love it. I don't care how many they take. As long as they take one set, I'm a happy boy, man. I get to watch Siege. That's all I want today. And I think Covalence Reform is going to be able to deliver. And this is exactly what we kind of saw in that first matchup as well. Those ranged attacks, when it's out in the open area, it seems to be an all-out Icebond victory. You give Covalence Reform a little bit of cover, and they are so much more confident with each and every single one of their shots, Sasuke.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, for Covalence Reform, that's exactly what they need. No, I thought that Icebond is gonna hold on better, but Covalence Reform really showed us their proficiency on Brawl Ball. Maybe that is their mode, and that is gonna allow them to at least tie up the series against Icebond. I'm loving this so far, you know. Covalence Reform giving Icebond a heck of a challenge.
And one of those rounds really concerned me. At least, the goal that we saw Icebond take, where you mentioned very specifically they take no prisoners. When it comes down to the engagements, brawler versus brawler, Icebond 3 versus 3 onto Covalence Reform, it seems to fall onto the side of Icebond. So it gets me a little concerned as to how they're going to be able to pull it off in game number 3 later on as we drop into for gem grab. But that's game number 3 to worry about. Awfully bad. Look at this guy going in for the chase, and he manages to put so much of pressure. Rotan backs away. This is going to be Roses dressing up awfully bad with an awfully good goal.
What? They're doing the same thing. They're doing the same thing with the Max. Every time his super is up, he just presses it and he's like, guys, run it in. That's what I've been saying, right? Like, Supercell, they need to look at Brawl Ball and release a cosmetic that makes it like a rugby team or something. Because these guys, they're not scoring, they're running for touchdowns. Because when we fought, they just body Icebond 2 rounds in a row. Like, surely Icebond is going to at least get one set, right? I mean, they have, everyone alive. They have the B, they have the M, and the Squeak once more. It seems like they're making good progress. They have the ball, past half court into the side of Covalence Reform. And Icebond able to snipe out Rosa. This is going to give them a bit more progress to work with. All of these guys have their super, and it seems like it's going to be go time. Mofi is going to use his. Rohe will throw his out as well. The cluster Squeak E-bomb is out, but Covalence Reform still holds on. In fact, look at Roses. He throws his body to buy some time, and they are still able to keep Icebond at bay. This is insane from Covalence Reform.
No, absolutely, man. But the question is then again, once perhaps... Oh, what a beautiful pass up forth by Awfully Bad just before he gets taken down. Just putting so much of pressure onto the rest of Icebond. And now T-Rez waiting to stay alive whilst Awfully Bad comes back in here with the respawn. So much of pressure up, managing to drop Rohe out of the equation as well. And Roses drops in. It's a 3 versus 2 situation. This is that opportunity. 40 seconds on the clock for Icebond to get crushed by the side of Covalence Reform. That's so put together. Awfully Bad with another push, goes in for the snap onto Mopi, and D-Rez drops Aaron as well. One more shot onto Rohe, they get it. Roses and the goal. What a play by Covalence Reform.
Wow, they 3-0 the set. They 3-0 this set against Icebond. I cannot believe what I just saw. That the same exact lineup for 3 rounds in a row, and they come out and they do this. I mean, who needs to watch World Cup when you have Brawl Ball? This is awesome. This is good stuff from Covalence Reform. I am loving this.
I love you, Covalence Reform. I love you. You are giving me a 4th game in your 4th set. I absolutely love Siege. And you know what? They've already delivered once. Why not deliver yet again? Why not deliver a finishing blow onto Icebond? It is not gonna be easy though, Husky, because that's just been sneaky feels. We saw the fight when it's out in the open between the 2 teams at safe zone, and we are gonna be put into a situation that turns that kind of combines both of these situations into one, if you are daring enough to step into the inner circle of those grassy areas, right? So my question is, will the attack from the side of Icebond this time around come in with one of those brawlers that can clear out the defensive cover that the players from Covalence Reform continuously look for within these matches? Because if they can, I think Covalence will have literally no chance whatsoever in the next matchup.
I mean, the pendulum at least it swung in the way of Covalence Reform, right? I mean, they took a 3-0 against Icebond. In my wildest dreams, I would not expect to happen. Maybe even if they win, maybe a 3-2, but they took a 3-0 in the most insane of fashion, and it all came down to the same playbook, right? Max, Rosa, and a +1. In that case, it was the M's. They just ran it down. I mean, Icebond, they didn't even have a chance to get... I mean, they scored goals, but they were not able to close out the round. So, I mean, just props to Covalence Reform. They gave us that game for... At least we're not going to end the day with 3-0s across the board. the question is, can Covalence Reform continue this? Because we're going to Gem Grab and it's Gem Fort. And so far, we've been seeing, we know Icebond is a very composed team. So maybe this is going to be a more even matchup.
I hope it is. But if at all Covalence Reform wants to finish it, they need to be really, really quick. They need to not allow this particular series to go beyond bot drop. They cannot allow this to go into hot zone. That's the perfect sort of a map that Icebond just absolutely loves, right? They'll bring in all of their throwers, they will bring in all of their snipers. You are not going to be able to take that map up against them after so much of pressure is put onto all of their shoulders. I mean, Icebond yesterday seems to have not been a very, very awesome day. Today seems to be panning out to potentially be one of those days as well. I don't think they'll be looking forward to it, Husky.
I mean, if Icebond drops the series, I would, I think I'll go to a bit of happy man. That would be the upset, right? I honestly, honest to God, I came in here and I told myself, Icebond is not going to lose. Like, there's no way Icebond would lose. But if they do, that's gonna be a huge upset. Let's see, let's find out. Set 3. Gem Fort, Gem Grab, we got the Max, we got the Tara, and we also, what's the last guy for Real Hey? We got the, so Max, Tara, and Sandy. There we go. So far, Icebond, they have 3 gems, they're getting control of the middle section of the map. Rosa is gonna walk in, but he's gonna end up going down. Fortunately, not able to do too much. It's kind of almost a mirror matchup with Icebond getting a bit more control.
Yeah, and this is what I was talking about. Out in the open, the players from Covalence Reform, they really do not have anything onto Icebond. Roses with the beautiful push finally through, but Ryohei is just standing his ground. He doesn't care. They are absolutely invisible, and they will be able to. Oh, Arothan getting taken out by T-Res. Maybe that's the moment where things will change, but the answer is no, as Ryohei just shuts down the opposition in retaliation. Icebond, Covalence Reform, they managed to turn things around though, Husky.
Oh my god, they ran Icebond down the spawn and they got the kill. They got them to drop all the gems. Oh yes, this could not be it, right? There's no supers on the side of Icebond. They don't have the grab, they don't have the gravity. They need to get a kill as fast as possible. Look at Covalence Reform, they're just huddling in their base. Rohei is desperately trying. 3 seconds left. Can they get the kill? Yes. Morphe, it kills off that one member, I believe the Sandy, on the side of Covalence Reform just at the last second. So they do buy a bit of time for themselves, but they still need to do more than that. And now it's going to be a 7-4 split in terms of gem. Can Icebond do it once more? You see Aaron, he's definitely trying to throw out the shadow. Morphe will use his super as well. It's speed boost time, but they all run into Covalence Reform and they will all go down. But Icebond once more stops it. Can Ryohei survive this? No, he cannot. Surely Covalence Reform got it this time, right? It's 11 gems on T-Res. There's no way Icebond can kill him. They have 7 more seconds. They have no more supers. They're still trying to run it down. T-Res needs to survive the gravity. Just on the edge, it misses. And Covalence Reform gets round 1.
What a play. Covalence Reform. Are you watching this, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls? Icebond, they are being given a run for the money. Like I said, in that matchup, kind of changed what I think. I still think they need to finish this off as fast as they can. I still think they should not go into hot zone. But after that fight, I think even if it did go into hot zone, I think Covalence Reform can hold their own.
I cannot believe it. that was just insane. Oh my goodness, I mean, at one point I thought that, okay, Icebond, surely they have it, right? They were at like 8 gems, and on the other end, on the left corner, and I just noticed Covalence Reform, they were running Icebond now at their spawn. That was just insane. So okay, Covalence Reform with the first round. I'm getting scared for Icebond. I mean, Icebond is getting scared for Icebond.
I'm not scared for Icebond. I'm excited. I want to see a match number 5 now. I don't care. As long as we get bot drop siege, I'm a happy man already. I'm a little nervous for Covalence Reform if they do not finish off, Gem Fort as well in their favor. if they get, if they allow Icebond to step back up, it's gonna be quite an easy finisher at bot drop, man. Once again, that midsection where you have to go in for all of those plays to pick up all of those balls. Yeah, not a situation that you want to get caught in, especially up against a team like Icebond. But I have to focus in on the match that we just saw. Covalence Reform showing us that they can actually hold their own in an all-out fight against Icebond. They've just blown my mind, Husky.
They have blown my mind as well, and I think this is perfect way to close out the day. Obviously the day is long from over, but I think we're in for a heck of a night. I mean, we're in for probably one of the best series, right? This could be kind of the rerun of what Afixia did yesterday against Crazy Lagoon, and I wouldn't mind at all.
I definitely don't mind as well, man. And I want to see what else they can bring in. Once again, this was that miracle team that I didn't really bet on when we were in the play-ins too. I was betting on Byro Reforged to step in and perhaps be the ones who make it through together with Icebond. But Covalence Reformed, even at such an early stage, before making it into the ESL Mobile Challenge, they've proven themselves. They've shut mouths. They've shut me up. Let's see if they can continue to do that. If they get this victory over Icebond, oh, what an achievement that will be in itself, Husky.
Oh yeah, and this time they have the Poco on their side. They have the Poco, they have the Rosa again, and they also bring in the Jackie. So we talk about the front line, the front line kind of lineup, right? It's good for gem grab. It's good for these kind of very compact battleground, and it's gonna work out pretty well. As long as this Poco is alive, there's no way Icebond is gonna win those fights. Poco is just gonna keep heating them back up, and look at that. Rosa and Jackie, they have those angles covered. Good gravity on the two, but again, look at that healing from T-Res. Rosa, he almost goes down, but he refuses to go down, and he's gonna use the jackhammer to vacuum everyone in. Icebond, they get 2 kills. They get control of the center point for a while, and they pick up a couple of gems, but with Covalence Reform respawning, Icebond would need to do it a couple more times.
Oh, I love this, man. And now Covalence Reform just needs to find a way right back into the area for the gem spawner, because the moment they get into all of that cover off those green grasses, this is their game to win. T-Res now, the gem spawner open for the pickup, but they know they want to go in for the kill onto Mopi. Mopi gets taken down. Awfully bad. Is there to pick those gems up, but Arotan won't be able to snuff it out. T-Res doesn't care. He goes in, picks them up. Arotan in the corner. Roses goes in for the snuff. 12 seconds on the clock, and Icebond, they are staring at defeat in their eyes. Rohei stepping up to be the aggressor. T-Res backing away, goes in for the assist, and yeah, Boo Boy, the game is over. Covalence Reform gets the victory, Husky.
Give him another thumbs down. The T-Res earned that. He earned that. Oh my goodness. Another round where I thought Icebond had it and Covalence Reform just off that. Well, I guess it is time for me to get off my train and buy a separate ticket, because Covalence Reform, they are looking incredible. 2-0 up in the set, and who would have thought? I mean, if you asked me 100 times, I would not have imagined Covalence Reform to have such clean rounds against Icebond. But hey, perhaps this is a prelude to what's to come for the rest of the playdays.
I am looking forward to it already. You know, this was something that U and I were talking about when we were running the play-ins number 2. We were saying, oh goodness me, man, look at the quality of these teams. They are on a whole other level, even at the stage of the play-ins. And you know, we cannot wait to get to the ESL Mobile Challenge. Now that I am here, it's the exact same team once again wrecking havoc, man. So the question is it the whole new scene within Season 2 that has stepped it up, or has this just been that one team that's making us think that Season 2 is on a whole other level? Maybe it's Covalence Reformed that is on a whole other level here, Husky.
Maybe so. You know, I love these surprises, and I think we are seeing that so far. Again, we at least we secure Siege. But if
Yeah.
Covalence Reform takes the lead in this set, I actually think that they might 3-1 this. I'm starting to get scared, you know. I don't know if it's big of Covalence Reform being better on some modes or not, but it seems like maybe they have just figured out how to deal with Icebond.
I'm shell shocked, man. I am just absolutely stunned by the performance from the side of Covalence. I am absolutely shocked at how much Awfully Bad has stepped it up, even though he was one of the best players. He was literally the best player even at the play-ins. He's playing so much better now, and the guy is just an awfully crazy carry for the side of Covalence Reform. And each and every single decision that he has made to aggress on forth onto Icebond and their players and their brawlers seems to have been the perfect decisions time and time again. Every single time he has stepped away, aggressively taking that fight up, even if he puts himself into a 2 versus 1 position, he gets the kill, he gets the trade, he doesn't care because he knows that they were just playing purely for time. They want to make sure that Icebond does not get those gems. It panned out really well in the previous round. Let's see if or not Icebond, the Japanese side, will be able to at least play it back this time around. Ryohei brings the stew. Maybe he means business.
Yeah, it is time to witness what the Stew can do. So far, Icebond off to a decent start. I mean, Ryohei, he is done playing 4 gems. Icebond, they take the lead, but we've seen Covalence Reform strike back hard every single time. And one of the cool mechanics about Rico's Ricochet is that every time it bounces off a surface, it travels slightly further. So the more bounces it gets, the further it travels. Something really cool, there's a very cool thing about Rico in general. So you can use the terrain to advantage, but so far it seems like Icebond, they are really mad about it. They're wiping the floor with Covalence Reform. So at least they're not giving Covalence Reform the runaway in terms of 3-0. It's gonna be 10 gems in a bit, and Icebond, they're about to run away. The gravity, oh, he brings Ryohei back just in time! Oh, Covalence Reform, they've been waiting around! And the moment that Lash is spawned, they throw the gravity, they steal all the gems away. I mean, that must really hurt for Icebond. They need to do something, but with T-Res and Awfully Bad holding to the gems, I don't think they can do it. I don't think this is it. Covalence Reform, they push us to game 4, and most importantly, they take the lead in this best of 5. It's a 2-1 in favor of Covalence Reform.
I cannot believe what we are watching right now. Once again, man, Awfully Bad with the awfully crazy plays. And I'm absolutely loving Covalence Reform and this newfound, not even newfound, I just love the energy that this team is putting out in the competition. ESL Mobile Challenge for Brawl Stars has just evolved in Season 2. And I think even Zeta Division, they might start getting nervous now.
I mean, Roses is my MVP for that round. I was thinking that there's no way Icebond loses it, right? And then I forgot, okay, Roses was on the Tara. He held on to the gravity until that very last moment, and he actually landed it. If that gravity went wide, Icebond would have gotten that round for sure. But my goodness, Roses, so patient. They waited for that exact moment. They've been planning for that instance, and they made it work out. It really stings. I mean, for Icebond, I mean, you can't even get mad for losing that round because it was just pure genius from Covalence Reform. But on the other hand, Icebond once more finds himself on the back foot, 2-1. We're gonna head on to Siege later on, but right now the momentum is with Covalence Reform.
I cannot believe we are stuck in a situation like this, but I am absolutely in love with where this competition is going. As we move on into Siege, Bot Drop, Husky, do you have a prediction?
Do I have a prediction? Give me a game 5. Surely Icebond can win this. I mean, again, I'm. It's not like I am not convinced by Covalence Reform just yet, but at this point, I just want to see a game 5. Doesn't matter who wins. I want to see us go all the way to hot zone. For Icebond though, they need to start reassessing the match, because I feel like Covalence Reform is starting to get into their head. And you see that
Yeah.
every now and then they show them the thumbs down, they clutched out the rounds. Every time Icebond has the lead, Covalence Reform just takes it away. You know, they just come, they snatch it, and they win the round. This is definitely going to affect the mental of Icebond. So they will need to take this very short period of time to recompose themselves and just remind themselves that there's a reason that they are regarded as one of the best teams. Sure, Covalence Reform is a good challenger, but you cannot give them that much ground.
Yeah, I think I have to agree with you here. And, you know, as a matter of fact, I'm pretty convinced that Icebond will be taking this next match, right? You know, I really feel like leaving those grassy areas in there is the winner for Covalence Reform. Every single time they are able to get to at least to the very least play with vision on that map, they are such a game changer. They get the confidence out of nowhere. But when we go into bot drop, the situation changes a little bit. Pretty much an open map except for the sides. Yes, you do have a little bit of the grassy areas in the middle, but it's gonna be you know, really easy to hit you in that little bit of a corner. So you only have the corners of those maps to play. And from what we've seen, Covalence Reform not, I guess, super fond of playing throwers in Brawl Stars. So this will be an interesting matchup, Husky.
Super interesting for sure. I mean, it's kind of like Heist but more glorified, right? This time you have the bot to help you to facilitate that. That's gonna be something to look forward to. We saw how Icebond do with Covalence Reform on Heist. They were winning all those long range fights. They have really good maneuvers. But now you have another layer on top of that. You need to secure those bolts early on. So you can't just run at the enemy turret this time. And we'll see if Icebond can at least make it happen. I am looking forward to this. You see they have the Stew, they have the Sprout, and also the Bell. I'm loving this. The Sprout can definitely block out some of those crucial areas and not let Covalence Reform walk through. But still, there's a spot drop. The open area is kind of tricky to maneuver just because it is easy to get shot. Mopi does get awfully bad, and that means Icebond can start the game off with a level 2 C spot.
And, you know, I think this is just going to continue once again because of the way Covalence Reform chooses to play some of these matchups. They are going to be able to defend against the Siege bot, not an issue at all. And it looks like none of those spot shots will be. I cannot believe the Siege bot actually made it to the safe, but it's okay. 2% of the damage, not too much to worry about.
Yeah, and I mean, for the side of Covalence Reform, it's quite defensive, right? They have the Pam, they have the Bell. So there's and also the Crow. So it's they don't have a lot of burst, I would say, but they have utilities to keep themselves alive and sustain themselves in these long drawn out fights. But the prerequisite is you need the Pam to drop her super. That can be easily taken out by the Sprout basic attacks. And I mean, Mopi is just going to outrage Roses anytime soon. We get a tie, so this is going to be pretty important. Last siege in 40 seconds. Plenty of time for these guys to gather those bolts. But so far, it seems like Icebond is making it work. I mean, real hey, look at this guy. He's dodging, he's bobbing and weaving around the map. And Pam, he's caught right out in the middle, awfully bad, in the face off. He does take out Real Hey. They get 2 bolts dropped, but the Sprout, the hedges, is really going to slow down T-Raz. Covalence Reform, they sneak in, they actually get a wipe, and they steal all the bolts away. But is it enough to bring it up to 12 though? It seems like so far Icebond still has a bit of a lead. Oh no! Roses! What are you doing? He super, he jumps into the base of Icebond. He drops that bolt. The good hedges has been laid out, and this is going to be very close. Icebond, can they make it though? It's 13-13. There is no siege. And this is going to be pretty tough because now you have no bot to facilitate, and Covalence Reform, they're down 98%. Icebond, if they win this, they're going to be winning this by 2%. Covalence Reform need to find a way to get close to even touch Icebond's turret. But I don't think that's gonna happen because Aaron, he's sneaking in, he's throwing his life, he's getting some damage in. Covalence Reform, they make it there, but the one's gonna block through shots, and Icebond wins round 1 by a mere 11%.
What a play. So much of contention in there. And I mean, I guess they can rest easy that a level 17 Siege bot did not come marching their way, but instead they had a Rotan, and I think he was as effective as that Siege bot would have been. 11%, I think Icebond at this stage of the competition will take that with a huge smile on their faces, Husky.
Yeah, I mean, that came pretty close. I thought that, for the side of Covalence Reform, they might be able just to overtake Icebond just by a little bit when they got the team wipe. But the Sprout did help out a bit. The hedges, his super did slow down Covalence Reform, block out some paths, so it delayed that boat transfer. Critical mistake from Roses. I think he did not intend to fly into the arms of Icebond. But when that happened, that really set Icebond up for victory. I think if he did not do that, they would have had one extra boat, and they would have had a level 17 or level 18 siege bot marching down the map. Unlucky for Covalence Reform, but whether it's a hard-fought win or a mistake, Icebond will take it any day. They need these kind of wins.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if he did not make that mistake, they probably would have been able to sneak in at least 1 or 2 shots.
Yeah, I think.
But Bot Drop's just not that sort of a map, man.
I think his idea was because he had one boat with him. He wanted to use a super to fly backwards so that he transfers the boat, and I think he tapped it on accident or something. Sometimes it happens, never quick shot or quick scope or whatever you call it, and with your skills. I mean, it's a mobile game. Stuff's happen.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I fat finger stuff all the time. Roses now going to be able to set up the pace for the side of T-Res, who manages to pick up the ball, immediately snuffed out. Rotan will be able to aggress on forward. 0 balls on each side. Molpy with the extra deep. This attack coming in from Roses, and it seems to be a great hold from the side of Icebond. They should be able to start things off good with a level 2 siege bot, but it's not going to be bringing on too much of a damage. But as we've seen in that previous round, it might just be enough, Husky.
Yeah, and Covalence Reform, they also have to stew this time on Roses. The siege bot is doing considerable amount of damage, considering that it's just level 2. 86% is the number for Icebond. You can see Ryohei is sneaking from the corner. He really wants to take out the Pam super, but Offleaback is using his body to protect that gadget and making sure that his teammates are topped out. So Ryohei is completely gets the final shot in. But so much time has been bought. Covalence Reform, they're taking all the boats away. As you can see, they are going to send out like at least a level 8 siege bot. Okay, it's level 7. But Icebond, they have to find a way to deal with this.
So much of pressure coming through from the side of Covalence Reform, and now this is going to be a very, very difficult customer to deal with. Icebond, they are trying to hold the siege bot back. 40% more. Too much of damage being dropped onto Icebond. They are suffering, and the number of balls that they've got in their hands, not too many at all. But if they can bring in that another siege onto their side, they might be able to turn this around, but they have to assist that siege bot all the way up, Husky.
Yeah, they are taking the boats away, but they need to again do damage to that turret, right? And so far they managed to wipe Covalence Reform, so they are able to build up the power of their siege bot. They should be able to get a level 8 one out, and yes, indeed it is. This is the final siege, 23 seconds left. They need to bring it down to lower than 59%, and it means for Icebond, they need to start throwing their bodies to assist that siege bot. This is going to be cutting it pretty close, but look at that Pam. He's throwing those utilities. They're using all the supers to block the shots. Can they really do it? 8 seconds left. Icebond, they're really cutting it close, but the siege bot dies. Icebond, they don't have the damage to do it, and Covalence Reform once more give them the thumbs down as they take that round away from Icebond.
Wow. Absolute wow. They make their comeback in here. They don't want Ring of Fire. It looks like Covalence Reform is just so headstrong on just ending this. Once again, I feel like Ring of Fire is going to be really dangerous, man. Covalence Reform, if they step in there, it's going to be on the side of Icebond. If they can finish it here, we are going to have a rocker of a Season 2 ahead of us, Husky.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially when Icebond has been dealt their first defeat yesterday. If they go down today, that's 0-2. And it's something that as an Icebond fan, you definitely did not expect to see, and you definitely wouldn't want to happen. But right now, Covalence Reform, they are really putting up a pretty good fight against Icebond. And the coordination, I mean, this was something that I wish I saw yesterday when they took on Lil Moyaji. this feels like a completely different team.
And I think you kind of can say that about Kicks as well, as they took the fight up against Team Flash today. In comparison as to where they were or how they were against Icebond. A lot of the teams they seem to be showing us a lot of prowess, but at the very moment it seems to be confusing the standings, or at least some of our predictions, unless Covalence Reformed actually manages to win it at bot drop. Then one correction can be made instantaneously, Husky, which I think might allow all of our future predictions to fall into place really well. We just need to take Icebond away from, that top pick list that we have, right? They don't seem to be as supreme as they were in the past.
Definitely feels like so, right? But this is what we love to see. New season, new faces, and of course, how to put it, new challenges, I would say. And it's just the nature of competition, right? I love it when teams step up, regardless of whether there's new kids on the block or the resident teams. As long as we get something, there's always something new to be expected out of these guys. And so far, I mean, Icebond, they're getting a lot more pressure than I think they expect. Head into round number 3. It's 1-1 so far. For the side of Covalence Reform, they did make a bit of changes. They're bringing out the Poco, plus Pam, plus Byron, and you know what that means? Just insane healing. Everyone on the team has heal. But it also means that they probably don't have enough damage to work with, and Icebond is going to let them taste some explosive pies because they have the Barley. Just a level 1 siege bot, but that Barley can facilitate these kind of pushes. Just lob that cherry pie on top of the turret, and you're gonna able to start burning it down bit by bit. So Icebond off to a good start.
Oh, beautiful plays coming in here from the side of Icebond, but they do not assist the siege bot. They don't want to over push into the territory of Covalence Reform. They know the importance of picking up the future bolts, and they will hold the midsection of that map, and so much more pressure they should be able to bring on. Second bolt now goes onto the side of Icebond. They need to keep this up, but T-Res aggressing up. He might be able to make a play on from the left-hand side. Mopi so little on himself, and Awfully Bad pushes him into T-Res's eyes, and this is all out Covalence Reform from here on. And one more! And they go in with a level 6 siege bot, which is just mind-blowing, Husky. They turned that around in that final second.
Oh, but look at that. I love the gadget from the Barley. It actually slows down the siege bot, and they can actually take it up before he even touches the turret. Just good gadget utilization from Icebond. Mopi, that Barley pick is specifically for the Pam. She always throws out that utility. It's very hard to take it out, but when you have a thrower, you just toss it on top, and that thing just goes down. They snipe it out once more, but you can see what Mopi is doing. He's sneaking in the bushes, and he's about to do some damage to the turret, and Rosa, he smells it out, but Mopi is just going to throw his life. It is all about dealing damage to the turret because Covalence Reform, they are leading in terms of those bows. It's going to be a level 11 siege bot. Icebond, they've done their defense once. Let's see if they can do it again. Mopi should have his gadget to be used once more. And yes he does. He's going to slow it down again. And they bring the siege bot down so fast, they might actually be able to stop it before it hits the turret. And yes, they do. They hold on again. But Covalence Reform, they're just going to stick their body and give Icebond one more thumbs down. And through all of it, through Icebond's attempt, it is not enough. Covalence Reform takes the lead once more.
Are you kidding me, Husky? Are you freaking kidding me? Covalence Reform. What a performance at the Brawl Stars ESL Mobile Challenge Season 2. I am absolutely loving the heat that they bring into the competition. And yes, man, they are going to be shaking things up. The perfect situation, if you ask me, for people to start underestimating Icebond, which means Icebond will just be that 50-50 team. You do not know how they're going to progress in the competition. At the same time, Icebond still in a situation where they can turn things around if they can make it back in the next matchup.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm going to give you one more time. Husky, do you think they can make a comeback in here, man? Match after match is looking like it's gonna be impossible.
I still think they can. It's not over yet. Though I feel like right now the momentum is definitely with Covalence Reform. No doubt about that, right? I gave props to Mofi. He went for the sticky syrup mixer. So they were able to hold off the bot, but it was all a distraction. It was all a distraction. Everyone from the side of Covalence Reform just pour in from the left-hand side.
Yes.
And at the end of the day, did not matter. So, I mean, for fun. They thought of a way to deal with the PAM. They thought of a way to deal with the siege spot. And it's a game of adaptation. This is what I like to see. Icebond adapt, Covalence Reform responds to it, and they were just one step ahead of their opponents.
Yeah. I absolutely love how they took that final split push. They allow the siege to take the right-hand side. Obviously, all three players from the side of Icebond will be forced to focus on the siege. They focus on taking them out. Oh, beautiful play of Brawl Stars in here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Awfully bad now, going in for one more play against Small P. It's an awfully great start, but the distraction by Ryohei in there makes him too greedy, and he pays a heavy price for that.
Oh my goodness, what such good movements from Ryohei. The fact that he survived that meant the Covalence Reform had no way of getting those posts. They only set out a level 1 siege spot, and look at that. There's some robot from the junkyard. It should be easily taken care of by Covalence Reform. Yeah, the turret's gonna take a bit of damage. They couldn't really tank it, so the base is gonna be down to 91%. Still not too bad though, considering everything else. But Icebond, look at this. They have Covalence Reform completely boxed in, and Roses is gonna go in with that super on this Crow. But Crow he deals damage over time, so his burst isn't really there. It's gonna be taken out. It's also a fairly squishy brawler, and Icebond, they took full advantage of that, and this is just pure dominance so far. I mean, they already have 8 bows, about to make it 9, I believe. This next siege spot is gonna be a pain for Covalence Reform to deal with.
Oh, this is a GG right here. A level 10 siege bot with all of the players from Icebond to assist it all the way up. Roses is being kept up fourth. Icebond, Ryohei should be able to take Roses out of the equation. Siege bot, so much of damage. Ryohei in for that action as well. This might as well have been game over, but there actually is a little bit more time. 24 seconds will decide everything. Can Covalence Reform turn things around, Husky?
We've seen Covalence Reform make comebacks every now and then. Oh, but the kill onto Roses should have just sealed it. All the bows were dropped. Icebond picks it up. They are not ready to go down just yet. The last siege spot is at least going to be a level 8. 2 more bows being picked up by Icebond. Covalence Reform staring down the barrel of losing round number 4. It's a level 8 siege spot, but even if that bot goes down, Covalence Reform will not have enough bodies to throw at Icebond's turret. And well, Icebond, they're gonna stay alive for one more round. We're going the full distance for Siege. And what better way to handle this best of 5 than to see these two teams literally go neck to neck.
Yeah, I cannot agree with you more, man. And this is exactly why I love Siege, right? I mean, if we drop into Brawl Ball and it throws an extra dimension into the regular Brawl Stars, Siege throws in 2 dimensions. You need to focus on your objectives, and then you need to pay the price and work even harder if you did not work on your previous objectives as hard. And it's just a crazy game of challenge where, you know, the difficulty just keeps getting stacked higher and higher as you make more mistakes in these matches. And I feel like Covalence Reformed seems to feel that pinch right now. And Icebond, this is where they can, you know, perhaps let some of their experience in the pro scene carry them forth, right? They feel the exact same pressure as well. If anything, they feel even more pressured, but they're hanging on by a thread, Husky.
Yeah, it's like in the family, Icebond is probably the eldest son, right? And then is getting whooped by his younger brother, and right now he's really stressed. You know, he needs to exert that alpha dominance. It's round number 5. If Icebond wins, we're going to hot zone. If Covalence Reform win, they complete the upset towards Icebond. Either way, it's going to be an interesting round nonetheless, but I would still say Icebond with that win. Sure, it was pretty clean, but they still need to close it out.
Yeah. Either way, I'm a fan. I'm a fan of Covalence. I'm an absolute fan of Covalence. I love the awfully bad plays that they bring into these games, and you know, I'm looking forward to seeing him pop off a little bit more, man. Icebond, obviously, they are crowd favorites in the world of Brawl Stars. The odds are stacked up against them, right? It's theirs to lose right now. They were the favorites to win this, but my oh my, it's an understatement to say that they are actually surprisingly struggling to get rid of this side of Covalence Reform, Lasky.
It's looking to be an intense round 5. Byron, Pam, and Stu for the side of Covalence Reform, and Icebond, they're gonna do the same as well. Instead of the Pam, I believe they have the Bell. So let's see who's gonna get the first spot out. It feels like it's not. Oh, it's not gonna be a tie. Icebond actually gets the level 2 bot out. It's gonna give them a bit of advantage to work with, as Aaron will get the kill onto Awfully Bad. Remember, Icebond needs to win this to push us to hot zone.
And if they don't, it's all over. Beautiful damage being put onto Covalence Reform's side very early on. And look at the siege bot go. Covalence Reform just absolutely helpless as they take so much of damage. They need to make a play. Icebond, what an aggressive push from the get-go. And now, if Covalence Reform, just drags it together somehow, they might be able to pull in a couple of balls in 10 seconds. It looks impossible though. 4-1 now, Husky.
Yeah, I mean they have woken up the dormant Japanese gods from their slumber. Icebond, they're not giving any ground at all. In fact, Covalence Reform made their life so hard that Icebond is paying it back tenfold. This is an absolute beatdown so far. Pam, T-Rex using his not T-Rex, Awfully Bad using his utility to buy a bit of time. But look at this. 13% on the base.
Oh my. Covalence Reform really needs to figure out how in the world they are going to be able to win against Icebond at Ring of Fire, where the throwers are going to probably be the biggest winners. Stu coming back with a response of his own. Ryohei is excited. The guy's going round and round in circles. Daring Covalence Reform to snuff him out. Yes, he does get taken down by Roses, but this is a GG already.
Yeah, I mean, Covalence Reform, they kept throwing out those emos, and Icebond, they're giving it a taste of the medicine, you know? Like, you give us a thumbs down, we give it back, and Icebond will push us all the way to a game number 5. It's all the way to hot zone to close out this evening.
Yeah, I think Covalence Reform got a little too cheeky with those thumbs down. They needed to. You need to play it cool, man. When you're beating your older brother, you always have to play it cool because it hurts more, right? Now the older brother's like, I knew I could make a comeback. We move on into Ring of Fire. It's not going to be easy for Covalence Reformed at this point. I think that in open circumstances like this, they've shown us their weakness over at Safe Zone, and I think this has just been re-emphasized by Icebond in that final matchup. Yes, Covalence Reformed was showing us pretty, impressive rounds at bot drop, but it's not going to last that long when those big brothers finally decide enough is enough. And I think now is that time, Husky.
Yeah, I mean, Covalence Reform, they were winning out the pillow fight, and they thought that they won it all, and suddenly Icebond whips out the belt, and now suddenly Icebond takes the lead. Set 5, hot
That's a
zone.
disqualification, though. The belts were not part of this fight. I just want to say, but big brothers, they win, man. They make the rules halfway through, and we just got to follow.
Yes. Yeah, they make the rules, They are. I'm the eldest in the family, I can confirm that. I make the rules. And the only one that can offset that are my parents. So you know how it goes in the family. But
I know,
wanna
man.
see
I'm
those
the
totals
youngest,
for
so
sure.
I was at the receiving end of all of these. Okay, so I understand exactly how it feels.
We've seen
Okay.
Barley. I think today is the only. Yeah, yesterday there was no Barley for all I remember. So today we saw Barley. We did not see a single tick selection. That is the interesting part. So I guess these teams, they are really adjusting to one another. Though I feel like when it comes down to hot zone, I think the tick does a bit more.
Yeah,
we'll
definitely.
see if
Yes.
it's gonna be brought out by one of these teams.
I think we might be able to see, that tick come out in here. Mortis is probably going to be a huge favorite as well. I don't expect to see Stu out there. We might get really, really lucky because the side of Icebond is extremely good on the Mortis play. I mean, we've seen Ryohei go in, and when this guy wants to annihilate, he will get you annihilated each and every single jump in there. You know that you can't run anymore, right? And to respond to a fight like this, where you're gonna have two players continue, and I'm just making a wild guess here, bringing in two throwers from the side of Icebond, and then you got to deal with a Mortis who's going to be hanging in the back lines and then coming in for the jump when you think you have the win there already. I'm curious to see what Covalence Reformed is going to draft on their side, Husky.
Yeah, judging by what Covalence Reform has shown us so far, I'm not surprised if they run the whole Pam, Jackie, Poco lineup again.
Yeah.
Just plant themselves on that hot zone and just never leave. But obviously there's ways to do with that, right? Throwers again are the best brawlers to answer that. Yesterday there were a lot of stews when it came down to hot zone, so that is going to be a very important pick as well. The Byron definitely in the picture. Since there was no Bo, I guess that's good news, right? I think Bo makes life way too hard. But we've seen the distinct playstyle from these two teams. I'm expecting Covalence Reform to draft this death ball lineup. And for the side for Icebond, they're probably going to play a bit more from that long range.
I think that's exactly what we're going to get. And I want to see Covalence Reform actually switch it up. I want to see them play long range. I want to see them bring in their own throwers and take a one-to-one matchup against the side of Icebond. Hopefully we get a mirror matchup and we just see this boiling down into mechanical fights between the two teams. And I want to get my mind blown by seeing Covalence Reform be more mechanically sound at Brawl Stars in comparison to Icebond. I actually want to see that so I can get my mind blown out of my head and know for sure that Season 2 of the ESL Mobile Challenge for Brawl Stars is 100% going to be all the way down to the end, Husky.
And here we go, the final set of the day. We have a Leon on both sides. This is super interesting. Gee, Ryohei, he has snuck his way towards the back line, but I think Roses is on the case. Ryohei somehow still alive. It's getting very interesting so far, but yeah, Roses finally takes him now, and Covalence Reform sets their foot on that hot zone, already up to 28%. Good snipe from Mofi, but awfully bad. He's making life so hard. They're setting up the shadows on this Tara, and even though Ryohei makes it onto the hot zone, he is quickly forced off. This Byron from T-Rex as well is another layer of annoyance for Icebond to deal with.
Yeah, I'm actually quite surprised that this is the play that Icebond is going with. Ryohei, yes, he will be able to make that aggressive push, but he's the only one who's going to be able to continuously do that because of the turret set up by Covalence Reform. Early on, they will be able to get those early pushes in there. Roses forces off Ryohei from the hot zone, and they will be able to take the aggressive push, but Roses overextends, unfortunately. Aaron shuts him down. Ryohei shuts down T-Res as well. And here comes Icebond right back through with a little bit of play. Once again, Roses with the pressure gets him off of the hot zone. Crazy plays by Roses, your personal MVP, Husky.
Yes, he is so oppressive, and on this Leon is. I mean, Icebond, they couldn't force him away. Now they finally get onto the hard zone, but immediately it's gonna be countered. Aaron finally clears out Covalence Reform, but look at this, they're already on 92%. If Icebond loses control right now, if Covalence Reform even gets onto the hard zone, this is gonna be over. They're trying their best right now. Roses again stepping foot there. He just needs to run out the clock, and I think he has done it. They take out Aaron at the end of it, and Covalence Reform would take the first round.
Icebond actually getting tagged on Ring of Fire. Hot zone, a victory for the side of Covalence Reform. What are we even seeing here, Husky?
We're seeing Covalence Reform making a lot of us, eat our words, and most importantly, this Covalence Reform showing up big time. Like, where was this Covalence Reform yesterday against Leo Moya G?
And I'm actually quite surprised. I'm trying to understand the play here. I'm trying to understand the play to see if or not there's a strategy here coming out from Icebond to hide their crazy, tremendous, awesome tactics early on in the competition. I don't really see a need for that. And on top of everything else, dropping these matches against Covalence Reform, unless they turn things around somehow by the end of this, right, and still manage to take the victory, which I have a feeling might be the result at the end of the day, based on that final round of bot drop. When they really put their minds to it, Husky, it seems mechanically the sound of Covalence, the side of Covalence Reform, they are not able to take those fights as aggressively in comparison to Ring of Fire. What do you make up of the composition, man?
I feel like for Covalence Reform, it's almost a mirror lineup, right? The only difference was that Covalence Reform had the Tara, and for Icebond, they went for the Rico. I think the Tara has played a huge part for Covalence Reform. They are so good with the gravities. And Icebond, they're going to bring in the Tara as well. So this time, we are not going to see the Leon for Icebond. They will have Real Hey on one of my favorite. Oh, no, not really my favorite. The cutest brawlers out there, Mr. P. Let's see if that is going to help Icebond get the lead. So far, they have control of the hot zone.
Oh, Ryuhei almost got taken out of the equation there, but manages to back away in the nick of time. Oh, and put so much of pressure onto Awfully Bad and take him out of the equation to make sure they are able to remain dominant on the hot zone. And it is going to be that Byron on, in the control of Mopi with so much of aggressive pushes, snuffs out T-Res from the equation, turns around, assists to take Roses out as well. Mopi, what's going on, my friend? How did you get so good?
This guy here is single-handedly keeping everyone away, and look at that. The Mr. P might just work out because so far Icebond has not moved at all.
Oh, come
in fact,
on.
they are about to lay in one of the more dominant rounds. Covalence Reform, they beat Icebond down, but Icebond strikes right back, and this round was a quick one. Icebond ties it up.
Oh, Mopi, the star player indeed. This Byron was unstoppable. He was just standing at that hot zone. He did not want to budge. He did not want to move. In fact, the only thing that he agreed to do was turn around and shoot. And turn around shoot really, really well. He did, Husky.
Yeah, they are just on fire, I would say. The fact that they struck back so hard and in such a convincing manner really shows a lot about Icebond, right? You cannot count them out until the set ends, and it's also great for them as well. The fact that they were able to tie it up. Now it is Covalence Reform's turn to move their chess pieces. How are they going to adapt to round 3?
I'm nervous for Covalence Reform because I feel like Icebond is going to find this momentum. Once again, I want to reflect on that final matchup in bot drop when they want to go in there for the aggressive push. And I feel like, you were right as well with the a little bit of a change on the Tara pick. Coming back in this time round, they were able to play the game of Covalence Reform right back up against them. And I think that Icebond did not expect to pull off strategies like this, or did not expect to even be pressured this much by Covalence Reform. But they are doing quite well in catching up. It's not out of their hands just yet, Husky.
Yeah, and I like the Mr. P pick, even though it's the first time and it's not the most favorite brawler, but
not the most effective one.
Yeah, but it was so cute, right? Because he threw his super down, and then what do you call those little penguins? Yeah, the small penguin robots, right? Just running around harassing the members of Covalence Reform. That is a sight to behold, right? I guess that's one extra. And the best thing is that when you kill those robots, they respawn until you kill off their main porter, as they call it. So maybe that's the key to win. Another way, other brawlers that who have a similar super is like, for example, your your Penny and your Jessie, these two also have their own contraptions to fire at enemies. So that's something that these guys can look out for as well. But hey, we get a tie, and now I want to see how Covalence Reform adapt to it. Will they bring out the Death Ball lineup? That's what I want to know.
I want to see that. I want to see, the side of Covalence Reform fight this back into the 5th match within set number 5. I think the audience deserves it. I think you and I are definitely looking forward to it, Husky. Let's see exactly what they have to bring on in here. Covalence Reform as well as Icebond, so far they've taken 2 sets each and 1 matchup each in this final set of Ring of Fire. Zone. Covalence with the early pressure. Let's see if or not Aaron will be able to do something about that.
Yeah, and my goodness, I mean, Ryohei and OP, they are just so accurate. And here we go, the Robo Porters, they are out, be ready to get harassed by mini penguin robots. And the one thing, for Covalence Reform, they're bringing out the mass healing, composition with the Pam and the Poco. The problem is you want to stick together. Mr. P denies that, right? You stick together, his suitcase is gonna bounce off one, lands on, gets an AoE damage on the one behind, whoever it is, and in this case, it's gonna bounce off awfully bad and land on T-Res, so it's not really a spot you want to be in. I like it for Icebond, but Covalence Reform, they're finally able to gain some ground, and that's quickly nullified by Icebond because the healing from this Poco and Pam is not gonna be fast enough to negate the damage from Icebond, especially when you have the Byron. The gravity comes off from both of them, but that ego trade means that Icebond gets control of the hard zone regardless.
Oh, those robot penguins are definitely a pain to deal with, man. Ryohei has been so effective in terms of distracting Covalence Reform, and that's gonna be enough for them to pick up the victory. 100-37! They are being held back. What a play so
They're
far.
purposely
Thumping
doing it.
in here. They are just teasing them right now. I'm waiting to see the thumbs down. Covalence is the one that pulls it out.
T-Res is like, not cool, guys. Not cool. Not cool at all.
Gee, I guess Covalence Reform will be pulling out those thumbs down a couple of more times, man, because Icebond definitely has got more from where all of that came from. And this was my fear of what might break down in Ring of Fire, but I did not expect that Robo Penguin play.
This is what happens when you speak too soon, right? When you thought that you had this in the bag and you start losing, that's where the momentum goes over to your enemies. Like, guys, they're losing. Now everything is in favor of Icebond. They're getting empowered by all these wins. The stress is being lifted off their shoulders. They're making Covalence Reform eat their own worst. Revenge is best served cold. And in this case, the thumbs down is best served after you actually start winning. So for Icebond, they're feeling super good about themselves, man. They even teased Covalence Reform. Could have ended the game 5 seconds earlier, but you know what? Why not?
Exactly right. Why not? And Covalence Reform, I don't know. Are they gonna punish Icebond? Because this is 2 times in a row Icebond has brought in the exact same composition. Covalence Reform can call their act in here for the next round, can come in with a counter composition. But if they do, I'm expecting Icebond to switch it up as well. It's a game of rock, paper, scissors right now in terms of the strategy as to how Covalence Reform is going to come in here with their response, whether or not Icebond chooses to remain with their current very annoying but effective strategy. And I think they might be able to do it, man. Ring of Fire, Icebond, it seems to have been set that way all along, but Covalence Reform has been able to extend it this long. Will they be able to actually pull it off, Husky?
Rosas is on the bus, so maybe he can make something happen. Awfully bad. Good Mortis actually gets control of the hot zone. The assassination is there. They were not able to take down Mofi, but at least Covalence Reform sets foot on that hot zone. But look at the Icebond, is going to force them off the briefcase. Bounces is just so annoying to deal with. So Icebond, once more the buzz, but he is going to be blown up in an instant. Shadows summoned by Icebond as Covalence Reform struggles to find any footing. But look at those penguin robots. They're just not letting Roses do his job.
Yeah, and Roses is going to be continuously pressured. Look at the side of Icebond now, picking up 58%, looking to finish this game off, looking to put this series to rest finally. And Covalence reform, they go in with the backdoor access. Are we going to be able to see a play
Okay,
from
here he
Roses,
goes.
who just goes in for the dive? Takes Rohei out of the equation, but the play is not capitalized on. Awfully bad goes down as well. And this is game over. Icebond, yeah, they step away from the hot zone.
Why not, right? Right? 98, they let Roses walk in. Yeah, and enjoy your moment. Yeah, they're gonna kill him off, and they will not cap it.
Yeah, they want to punish the side of Covalence Reform, man.
Rub it in their face.
Yeah, Volpe's gonna come right back. Yeah, this is what the thumbs down feels like. We are gonna cap you at your spawn. Don't pull those thumbs out until the day is truly over and Big Brother gets the win.
This is how it feels like to literally beat someone down when they thought that they won, you know. Icebond, they get their first win, but man, it was a tough fought set. I did not expect it to go all 5 games.
I'm glad it went to all 5 games. I'm glad it panned out in this way. I was very disappointed when Asphyxia could not go up against Lil Moya G. I was very excited to see them, jump on in and show us a little bit of what they have today as well. But it doesn't matter, man, because Icebond and Covalence Reform, both of them delivered. I am pleased either way. Let's take a quick look at the highlights of that epic matchup yet again, Husky.
I would say my favorite set is Brawl Ball and Siege. Those two are my absolute favorite sets.
Amen.
Just because of how
Amen.
insane it is. Yeah, both of those were won by Covalence Reform.
Yeah.
But just the amazing performance from those two teams. I mean, Covalence Reform showed a lot of creativity, but Icebond just, I guess when it mattered the most, they shut it all down.
and it's not surprising at all that Icebond was able to do that. What's surprising for me is how long Covalence Reform managed to drag this out and how dominant they were when it came to Brawl Ball. When it came to Brawl Ball, Icebond had nothing on them at all, Husky. No responses at all.
I mean, Brawl Ball was just a whitewash for Covalence Reform. They were just running it into the goal. And then afterwards we come to Gem Grab. This is the interesting one, right? Like at this point, Icebond is still tied, but Covalence Reform, the fact that they made so many miraculous comebacks, this is where the thumbs down start. T-Raz, he had to do it. He start thumbs downing Icebond. He's like, you guys suck. We're gonna win, and it lasted. Good times. They last, but not long, not for long.
Yeah. I think Covalence Reform could have kept some of those thumbs down because you know what? I actually think that if they had not pulled off those thumbs down, they could have won this series hands down. And the reason why I say so is because they just woke up the side of Icebond that was sleeping. Icebond was, they went into it with, and they were serious. They wanted to take a couple of wins. But Covalence Reform, they managed to catch them off guard. But then, after catching them off guard, they proceeded to piss them off as well, Husky. Clearly, that was not a good idea.
Absolutely not. I mean, you can thumbs. I mean, I get the idea, right? You want to get into their heads, possibly, make them feel like, oh crap, Covalence Reform is a tougher team than we thought. But the real hey, Mr. P, man, no one would have expected a Penguin to win. I wouldn't say he is the main reason that they won, but he was definitely a huge part of it because Covalence Reform had no idea how to deal with him.
He was such an annoying character to deal with on the battlefield, and he just kept getting under their skin. And there was a point of time where he just threw, all of those penguins to respawn just behind, some of those vases in that mid segment, and there was just no taking out those little penguin robots. They just kept spawning out again and again as they got taken down. And the rest of those players just continuously helped Mr. P to maintain his turret. And it was just way too easy, man. The standings of, at the end of today, let's see exactly how the teams are standing. Good job, Mustachio.
And we have Lil Moaji, sitting at top with Team Flash. Lil Moaji, they got a default win today. Team Flash got one yesterday, so they both technically only won one played match, but regardless, they're gonna be sitting at top. Asphyxia dealt the first loss. That was the default loss just now against Lil Moaji, followed by Zeta Division, who also had one loss yesterday against Team Flash, a default one as well. Kicks team, they were not able to beat Team Flash. Their one victory was over Icebond yesterday, so it's gonna 1-1. Icebond is the same. They lost the Kicks team, but they beat Covalence Reform. And Covalence Reform so far 0-2, same as Crazy Lagoon. These two guys will be sitting at the bottom.
I am waiting to see exactly, how many more, just walkover victories we have in here in terms of disqualifications or, the victories that Team Flash and Lil Moaji. I do not agree with it, and I wish I'm gonna be so mean to say this. I wish they drop those sets, because at the end of the day, I want to see all of these fights between those teams, and these extra 3 points might make them slack off a little bit, right? When we keep it all equal amongst all of those teams, yeah, we will see way more in terms of the quality of those matches, that just like what we saw between Icebond as well as Covalence Reform, Lasky.
Yeah, I just want to make a small complaint to the designer. They had a really good opportunity to arrange it so it's Japan, Singapore, Japan, Singapore, Japan, Singapore, but they messed up in the middle. It's Japan, Singapore, Singapore, Japan. How could you miss this chance? I'm just kidding. we have a great competition ahead of us, and of course, even though the broadcast for the day is coming to an end, remember, for the ESL Mobile Open Brawl Stars Challenge Series Season 2, it happens every Tuesday and Wednesday for the entirety of October. So with that being said, we have reached the tail end of tonight. The evening has drawn to a close. We will pull the curtains. I'm Husky. Here's the Mustachio AJ. On behalf of everyone, we bid you guys a very good night, and we will see you all for more Brawl Stars next week, Tuesday and Wednesday. Till then, we'll bid you guys farewell.
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the wait's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up. Level up.